Okay, so welcome back to the final day of the Wealth-sponsored 18-foot skiff Australian Championship here on Waterloo Bay. Sunny Brisbane today, and we've got light winds. All the crews are back at the boat park. We're under the postponement, and we're just waiting for that sea breeze to build. On the commentary team today, we've got just sitting next to me, Sam King, Hobart lad. Sammy's one of our up-and-coming Australian young sailors, sailed everything from lasers to match racing. So welcome to the team, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Aids. I'm stoked to be here and looking forward to this Championship Monday for the final showdown.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, and we've got a whole bunch of the boats that are vying for that top position. We've got Rag and Famish, Harry Price and his team on 5 points, and second place at the moment we've got Finport, Keegan York and his team on 8 points. And Keegan, I think, won the Nationals last year, Sam, in 2023, maybe with a crew change there of Joel Turner, who's been an addition to the team this year. And third place, we've got Yandu, steered by Tommy Needham. They're on 9 points. So all of these boats are in the hunt to take away that national championships. And the big news from the boat park this morning, Lazarus, who's been at the front of the fleet most of the regatta, they've had a crew change. So Tom Kunick, who was steering the boat, he's now got Liam Miller, local 49er sailor. Liam's been subbed in, and Liam's going to be steering the boat on these Moreton Bay conditions today. So we're all under the postponement, and we're thinking about going back to the boat park and having a chat to some of our sailors there and see what the feel is in the boat park and see how they're getting ready and prepared for this day today. So Mark Gravenson, are you online there, Mark?
Boat park. Most of the boats are upright at the moment. Just a couple still laying down on their sides. Breeze, yeah, it's still pretty quiet in here, but unfortunately this isn't quite as good as having a nice contained dressing room that we can just go and nab someone. It looks like all the crews have actually just disappeared, so we'll see how we go. We're trying to talk to some of the skippers, but let's have a walk around. We can have a look at some of the boats. Just over my left shoulder here, Yandu, of course, one of the top 3 boats, and on the other side of them is Rag and Famish, again another one of the top 3 boats. The other one, Finport, is on the far side of the park. We might get over there a little bit later on. We'll just have a walk up this way, see who we can find. Most of the rigs, I think they look like they've all gone for big rig. It's breeze has certainly also changed a little bit too in the way that the guys have they popped their boats up and they've actually moved them around a little bit as well. So we can see that breeze has started to come around from the southwest and hopefully starting to fill into the southeast and be a little bit keep coming this way. Hopefully a little bit more breeze for later on in the day. So we see we've got Fisher and Peichel here. Boys playing it safe, just keeping it over on its side at the moment. And Lazarus, we mentioned Lazarus here just before the sub-in. These guys were absolutely on fire on the first day. Absolute flyer for that first couple of laps, but a little bit of unfortunate with the change of course. They didn't quite get that angle right, and unfortunately, that was about the end of it. We've got some of the boys over here. Actually, we'll come through this way. I remember not to walk too quickly. So Smeg, these guys yesterday, they were really quite well rigged down. Yeah. How are we going, guys?
Great. Going well.
Yeah. How was the conditions yesterday?
Conditions yesterday were manageable at the first race. We went spin.
Oh yeah, the camera's up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know there was a camera.
Sorry.
Conditions yesterday went well. The first race went really well. We just sort of tried to keep it upright the whole race. That was sort of the end of the aim of the game. If we can make it around the course, might flick a couple of boats off. And then sort of breeze picked up at the second race. We sort of struggled through that. Otherwise, the first race went really well. No
And
cartwheels or anything.
yeah, that was just going to say, but plenty of epic rides.
Yeah, plenty of epic rides. It was a lot of fun on downwinds. They're quick.
Cool. No, I was out there as well, watching on the camera boat, and it was pretty hard to keep up with you guys when it was all going. Yeah. Oh well, thanks. Good luck today.
Oh, yeah. See you.
Cheers. All right, who we got around this side was to see. I think most of the action's probably over on the other side of the park. We'll just keep wandering over. We've got 18 footers, bar and grill, and repping it with my shirt and my cap at the moment. The Bigfoot is our local boat just beside us here. I've just spotted Dave Hayter from Bigfoot. He knows what's coming as well, so we will make it around. Hey Dave, how's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah.
Conditions today, what do you reckon?
I think it's going to be light and maybe drifting around, but we're hoping that we'll get at least 5, maybe 8 knots from the east. So yeah, so just a little bit. The race officer's out there assessing at the moment, so hopefully, maybe the tide will bring it in. We're not quite sure. We've got a late change of tide, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Cool. All right. And all the boats in good condition from yesterday. It was pretty hard.
Yeah, I think everyone that broke everything's got everything back together. A little bit of carving going on in the night, and there's a couple of broken bodies as well. So there, no broken bones, but a few limping around. So I think they're all back on it and ready for another day. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
No worries. All right. Where was?
They all ran away.
Everyone's run away now. We've just got to try and do this in stealth mode as best that we can. We've got to go and hopefully we won't get run over. But we've got the other side of the boat park here. Sorry, we are just crossing a bit of a road, so we've just got to be a little bit careful. Here's someone down here, I think, that we might be able to. How's it going? You're on live stream. How was it yesterday?
It was fruity out there. Plenty of good rides, but yeah, that's what it's all about.
Cool, and no damage to the boat. You didn't have to do any repairs last night?
Nah, came away unscathed. Our bowman had a bit of a bad incident in our capsize. Hurt his back a little bit, but we're all good to go. We're ready.
Yep. Cool, and he's okay today?
Yeah, good to go.
Awesome. That's good to hear. Oh, yeah, okay. So we've got the commentators in my ear here. They're just saying, how is it compared to Sydney Harbour, like the lack of traffic?
It's nice. It's probably a little too nice, actually, because you actually sail the boat a little bit better. And then less manoeuvres, which is good.
So have you been sort of just looking for shifts in the races, or like yesterday was just pretty much survival mode?
Yesterday wasn't survival, at least the first race wasn't. Second race sort of went into a little bit of survival mode when it kicked into about 25, but you're always looking for shifts out there. If you're going to go sailing just to survive and hit a corner, well, you're not going to win, are you?
Yeah, no, that's for sure, that's for sure. Oh, well, good to hear. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Hang on, sorry. Say that again, guys. Nope. No, okay. All right, we'll keep going on. No worries, thanks for that. We'll see who else we can grab around here.
Yeah, Mark, you there? This is Adrian in the mothership. Just run the
How's
viewers
going,
through
Adrian?
some of that safety gear. Yeah, just run through the viewers some of that safety gear that you can see on the back of that boat in front of you there.
Yeah. So we can see that we've got a couple of some safety gear that all of these 18-foot skiffs carry on these boats. So we've got a little compressed air tank there, and I think there's a little flotation device there as well. So yeah, in the event that there's any, if there is a capsize, someone gets trapped underwater, that's readily accessible then by anything. And they've also got, all the guys have got knives and things like that on their trap jackets as well. So if they do get caught, there's obviously with the wings that they've got, netting, and they've got trapeze hooks, and unfortunately those things can get tangled at times, and we just look at that paramount for safety, of course. So we want everyone to come home and just enjoy themselves out there. So we can also see, while we're here looking at Vicobie, we can see that the guys have got some markers on their boom, and just this little mark here. So the little thing there, that's for their outhaul, and they can tell where they've got a particular setting for different wind directions and things like that. They'll know exactly how far on that they want to actually jam that on. So a day like yesterday, they probably would have had that cranked on to the max with that outhaul and their Cunninghams and things like that, just to flatten the sail out. But today, I think they'll be relatively loose with everything like that. It's as Dave said to us just before, it's pretty light conditions out there. Even here on the boat park, it's still the flags that we're looking at. They're still hanging pretty limp. So the race committee's out there noting the wind outside, and hopefully they'll be able to sort of read a bit more breeze out there, and get back to us when there's enough to start.
Yeah, Mark, can you find any of those top three place getters like Rag and Famish, Harry Price, or Finport, Keegan?
No, yeah, I might be able to duck back to Rag and Famish in a sec, but I haven't been able to see any of the Finport guys as well. They've all sort of disappeared. I think everyone's found a bit of shade. It's not super hot, but it is summer in Brisbane, and it's a little humid as well. So I think everyone's trying to find a bit of shade. Yeah,
it's amazing. Hey,
just noting
we're looking at all those carbon fibre sails, Mark. Yep. In the background, the black material that the sails are made out of. Maybe just get a bit of a close-up view of some of that for the viewers back home.
Yeah, well, here's one here, or we're just noting that the Noakes boat there was just shifting around their boat as well, just pointing it into the breeze. So when they're on the park here, we don't want them head into the breeze they've got to keep head into the breeze, otherwise they'll blow over. So otherwise it's not a good condition. I think we were just going to have a look here as a bit of a close-up on these carbon fibre sails. I don't know which side's going to be a best view for this one. But they're actually fairly thick, these sails. Obviously they've got panels in them so the crews can see around the front a little bit easier, especially when these things are going really quick. They need to have plenty of warning of when they've got to go and do new manoeuvres. But these materials, there's strands of carbon fibre which is very, very strong, and they actually lay them up in the direction that the loads happen as well. Let's keep wandering around this way.
Yeah, and then we've got the Wealth team, our major sponsor, just in the background there, Mark. Is anyone around their boat today?
I am looking for them, but yes, no, they're not hanging around at the moment. Everyone's seeming to disappear on us a bit. What about the kitchen maker? They're
doing a bit of work there, right next to you. Kitchen maker, they look like they're doing a bit of repairs from yesterday.
Hey guys.
So let's have a chat to them.
Yeah, no, actually, I think we've got the GoPro getting set up here at the moment. Get some great online footage. But yeah, guys, how'd you feel yesterday went?
Oh, I'm actually off the Oak. But,
well, there we go. Sorry, you go.
Jamaica. So.
Well, we got two for one here. This is great.
Oh no, it was good yesterday. I think for us it was great to just get around the course all in one piece, no major damage, and we had some great rides and pretty memorable. Great venue here up in Brisbane. So it was a good day.
We asked the question a little bit earlier about the lack of traffic out there on Moreton Bay. Has that played a bit of a nice thing, a bit of a nice change from Sydney Harbour?
Yeah, it's an absolute privilege. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, It's good, yeah, not having to dodge ferries. And although we almost had to dodge a big spectator boat yesterday, almost ran into that. But, that's all part of it.
That was probably was that the yacht club? Or
Yeah, it was the yacht club.
happened to be the biggest boat out there, and you went to hit it. Okay. So how about yourself? How did you feel the conditions were yesterday?
Oh, we loved it. We've found just if you're just able to finish a race in those conditions, you're down for a good result. And so we were pretty happy. We had a pretty horrific pitch pole in one of the races, but we had to sit on the fin for a little while, have a couple breaths, and kept going. And we ended up coming sixth that race. So
that's awesome.
Getting around the racetrack is important.
Yeah, what's the old saying? And to finish first you have to finish.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Right?
There we go. Thanks for that. So what about
Mark, just talking to Hugo Stoner there from the Oaks. Hugo's just out of the top few. What's his plan for today?
Oh, okay. Got a question from the guys out on the main boat. What's your plans for today, Hugo?
My plans for today? Well, we're doing pretty well. We're coming fifth overall at the moment, which we're really stoked about. So we know that we need to just stay in front of the bow main. So yeah, just a bit of match racing might.
Oh, I love this. There's always these little rivalries within the fleet, isn't there? It's like, we'll have to be watching that one out on the water today.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to both of you guys.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Let's see. Noakes. Oh, yeah. Beck, yes. We're just going to head over to the Noakes. Got sixth
got
here.
Beck Hancock, who's helming that boat. Fantastic helms woman, and one of the two female skippers, Mark. So let's see how the teams are going, and Beck might be a light air flyer for today for sure.
Yeah, let's come round. I'll just walk a bit quicker than normal. Hey, Beck. How are you going? We're live. Did you go out yesterday?
Yeah, we launched yesterday. Had a bit of a mishap leaving the marina. Our kite got sucked under the boat and speared itself over the centreboard, which was a bit unfortunate. Kind of ruined our day, completely shredded the tack off the spinnaker. So we got to go for an upwind, which was absolutely awesome. See the race course, and then had to head on in because it was just not saleable, unfortunately, with that tack hanging off. Kind of a vital part of the spinnaker, unfortunately.
I saw the sewing machine was broken out there yesterday, and several rolls of Go Fast tape.
Yes, yeah, we were thinking about a major repair yesterday and getting some spinnaker tape out. I have a little portable sewing machine, and we were going to try and patch it back together. Then looked at the forecast this morning and went, not sure we'll need that one today.
And today, speaking of these lighter conditions, you guys are probably a slightly lighter crew than most of them. How do you think your chances are today?
Look, we're obviously lighter. Unfortunately, I don't bring a lot to the table when it comes to weight or height. So we're quite looking forward to today. Should be good if we get some racing in. Nice. It's a beautiful place to sail, and I'm really looking forward to the light conditions today.
Yeah, it should be lovely, and even just standing here with you now, we can feel that breeze is just starting to pick up a little bit.
It's starting to kick in. It's very exciting. We're all starting to shift the boats a bit, make sure that we're all ready to go, nice and relaxed. So very exciting, yeah.
And staying out of the humidity.
Yes, we've got a pretty good setup here with all the camp chairs that we're just hanging out in the shade, keeping nice and hydrated. So yeah, should be a good day.
Awesome. Well, best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
No problems. All right.
So Mark, just in the background, we've got Rag and Famish. I saw a few of the sailors over there at Rag. Maybe we could get a little heads up from them. They're the race winners at the moment.
Sorry, guys. We'll head over this way. Yeah, just give us a wee second to get over there, of course. Cameras don't like walking too quickly. They don't have legs. Well, I can't hit up Dave again.
Yeah, so here we're just looking at the Rag and Famish. I think that's Max Paul rigging up that spinnaker for today's light air. So maybe have a chat there with Max and see what his thoughts are for the day.
Yeah, no problems. How are we going? How did you feel yesterday's racing was?
It was pretty intense. It was pretty windy, and the chop got pretty big in the second race towards the bottom of the course. But, it was a good day of 18-foot skiff sailing.
certainly the photos that we've seen coming up afterwards, and being out there watching it live as well was pretty epic. How about today? You guys are in the top 3. How do you feel your chances are going to be?
Yeah, I think we do a pretty good job across the whole wind range. So if we get some racing today, we'll be confident. But there's a pretty close battle for the top 4 boats. I think all on not very many points. So we could do up to potentially half the regatta today if we do 3 races. So a long way to go.
Cool. All right. Well, best of luck today, and see how you go. Hang on. Yep.
So, Mark, just ask Max about their port tack approach on the start yesterday, what the team was thinking. Did they think that was going to work out for them? And just give us a rundown on some of their capsizes.
Sure. Okay, we just had a couple of questions from out on the boat. So the race yesterday where you guys came in on port tack at the start, what was the thought process there?
Yeah, we wanted the right-hand side of the course, and tacking these boats is very expensive. So we actually weren't looking to cross the fleet, but we were running probably at 6 or 7 seconds late to the start. And I think if we'd been on time, we probably would have crossed. But tacking's pretty expensive, but as you would have seen, doing 2 huge
anywhere
ducks,
between 20 and sometimes gusting
pretty
up.
expensive as well. So
it looked pretty spectacular out in the water too. Was it a bit hairy? Was it on the edge?
Yeah. Doing any manoeuvre in that much wind is pretty difficult, especially when you're, having to do it in pretty close proximity to a lot of other boats. So yeah, it's pretty loose.
And then I think just about every boat definitely had a capsize, and then if they said they didn't, they were probably lying. No bruises or not too many bruises with the crew today?
No, we were pretty good yesterday. I think we had 2 pretty soft capsizes yesterday in a tack and a roundup, so wasn't too crazy, and I think we did a pretty good job of the difficult manoeuvres, and we're a bit disappointed making a couple little silly mistakes on some easier manoeuvres. So no, we're pretty good today, and no more beaten up than we were at the start of the week.
And well, as I said, best of luck, and see how you go today then.
Cheers, thank you.
No worries, thank you. Where else have we got? We're gonna head over to Yandu now. Yep. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so the teams are all getting ready. They've got their big rigs in, Mark. Looks like most people have got their big rigs thinking about this light air for today, and we're currently out on course, and we've just got that easterly breeze just coming in. We've probably got about 6 or 7 knots on course here, and I think the starters aren't going to be far away from trying to get this race course happening as this little breeze fills in. So it should be quite exciting.
You might see behind us now, we've actually got the flags are starting to fly here as well. So it's showing that easterly breeze is starting to fill its way into shore as well. So, a few more of the boats actually starting to, as we said before, move themselves around while they're upright, making sure that they're pointing into the wind and not going to fall over.
Marcus, any movement on the Yandu team? Are they in the boat park there? Their boat should be near you, just in front of you there somewhere.
Yeah, we are. Well, let's just make our way around there now.
They're one of the key boats for today on the podium. They'll be trying to make up some of those points and, get onto that leaderboard, hopefully.
Here we go.
Big Lewis break there, yes.
How's it going, guys? I'll come under. There we go. Get nice and close. Oh, yeah, why not? Yesterday's conditions, how do you rate it?
Oh, it was good fun. It was top end for sure. Wind against tide at the end. The first race was manageable, but the second race, when it was windy and the wind became against tide, it started to get pretty difficult to jibe or manoeuvre. So we got caught out once out in Coffin Corner. Didn't really realise it, and then couldn't jibe and sunk it in, just got stuck in the mud.
We were wondering, I think we were stuck up the top of the course with the cameras, and you were thinking, where have they gone? But also one of your bearaways up the top there, that was a nice little bit of a nosedive almost.
Yeah, it happens so quickly, like you don't really think about it, you just got to commit. And we just sort of got the boat in a position where we thought we could do it, and Tommy just ripped it away, and came out the other side, which was nice.
And Tommy Needham, how's he going on the boat at the moment?
Yeah, really good. Tommy's obviously super keen. He loves sailing. He hasn't really done much sailing in the past year because he's off working. So, yeah, I think he's pretty happy to be in the class and be doing some sailing for the next few months.
And so you guys are in the top 3. How do you rate your chances today? I mean, lighter conditions again today. Do you think you'll be okay?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we'll just wait and see and give it a go out there. You can only try.
You can only try, that's it. No, all good. Thanks for that.
No worries, mate.
We'll keep see who else we've got. Oh, yeah.
It's fantastic. Fang, who we just interviewed there, he goes from building wooden boats during the week to racing carbon fibre racing machines on the weekend. Fang works down at the Wooden Boat Shop. It's a wooden boat building place down in Portsea in Victoria, and it's got a long history of making these wooden boats. So Fang, he builds boats like that in the background there, that wooden boat, each day of the week.
That was a beautiful segue, Age. So this one here is the Bandit 2, it's called, and it's actually a replica of the Taipan. I know we were talking about a lot of those boats there from yesteryear on Saturday as well. So this is one of the ones that Ben Lexon, or as he was known then, it was Bob Miller. He designed and built these boats. Taipan was the first one, and it was really revolutionary. You can see some almost unusual sorts of things here. We've actually got a winch. So it's basically like a deck winch almost, and that's actually for the jib, all the way back there. These days, of course, we've got the jib leads and cleats that happen, a lot closer up, and well, in fact, they're all self-tacking on the modern 18s. But in the later style boats and the far boats of the 1970s as well, they had those cleats for the jibs very, very close up to where the jibs are sheeted into with their blocks and leads. But this one's a replica of the Taipan, and so the other thing that we've had is that actually the Taipan wasn't the one that was successful, and it wasn't the one that Ben Lexon won his world champion, the JJ Giltons, and it was actually the Venom, and it was the sort of the next generation after Taipan. When they built this boat, he made the selections for the Queensland team up here in Brisbane, and then they travelled over for the JJs in Auckland. There were some, shall we say, with the measurement of the boat, he actually had to sort of cut bits off the deck and things like that. So the boat ended up being a lot wetter. They had a few more capsizes than he sort of probably would have had ordinarily, because there was just so much water in the boat. But he still got around. He still had a credible placing in that. He actually still won a couple of races despite these changes, last-minute changes to his boat. And then he just refined it in the following year and, came out with the Venom. And that's actually with our 2 18-foot skiffs that we've got here in the Brisbane 18-footers Club. So the Bigfoot, we actually named that Venom just as a bit of a mark of respect for, those boats that we've had of yesteryear that have done us very well. And then the Wealth boat as well, we've actually named that one Culex, and that's after Lance Watts' series of boats that he had. Lance Watts actually won 5 Australian championships through the Brisbane 18-footer Sailing Club, and that's actually more than anyone else. So, in terms of the total number of titles, Lance did very, very well. And actually my grandfather sailed with Lance Watts as well as forward hand in one of those Australian championships.
It's amazing to see the changes in the boats, the development, going from wood to carbon fibre, and, the teams out there today, they're racing state-of-the-art carbon fibre racing machines. So it's just great to see some of the history there with the old wooden boat in the background, and you've got the carbon fibre racing machine with the big wings on the side where the crews stand out on the side and balance that boat. So, great to see some of that history, Mark. Thanks a lot.
No worries. So, we'll see where we go from here. But I would be imagining that the race committee is going to sort of call us out there pretty soon. I would have thought as I said, these flags are flying a lot more regularly. So, I think everyone's starting to get a little bit of a buzz now here in the park. We can see, I think people are sort of anticipating that we could be on the go sort of sometime soon. Back to you, Adrian.
Yeah, well, look, we're just here on the mothership, Sam and I, and the wind's picking the wind's picking up a little bit, Sam, here on the bay?
Yeah, we can start to feel a couple of light gusts coming through. It's definitely a bit of a harbour hurricane in at the RQ there. But with a bit of luck, this will start to draw the sea breeze in, and maybe we can start to see a few match races to determine the final positions.
Yeah, you can see those little cumulus clouds in the screen at the moment. They're a sign of the sea breeze coming on shore. So we can feel that sea breeze building just on our backs here on the mothership. So we've got about 6 or 7 knots here. That'll mean they've got the big rigs up and trying to create as much power as they can in these boats today. So, you know, we're probably not that far away from racing. We've got the weather map up at the moment, and that was earlier today. We had some southwesterly winds. They're going to be cancelled out with the sea breeze, and the winds are going to come from the east over the top of that green island, which is in the middle of the course. So, you know, that's already happened. We've got those easterly winds coming out of the green island direction, and so it's going to make for some good racing. But just to wrap up on yesterday, Sam, what were your thoughts on the day?
Oh, yeah, I was watching the live stream and also sailing myself on the wingfoil. And I could say that it was definitely a bit of breeze out there.
Plenty of breeze, hey?
And watching the boats jump over the chop or through the chop, it was incredible. I'm glad the fleets with the mud on the top of the sails were able to clean that overnight, maybe flush it out. But we all know how brutal the RQ torture track can be.
Oh, my God. Like some of those shots that have come out overnight, just with 18-footers leaping out of this Moreton Bay chop. We've seen centreboards fully exposed, all the crews right at the back of the boat. It was just perfect 18-foot skiff sailing weather. So today's a different day. We're going to have lighter winds. It means that we're going to be sheeting a little bit harder and pointing those boats up in this flat water. We're not going to be searching for power as much on a day like today, that's for sure, Sam.
Yeah.
And you know, we might just have a look at the day 2 recap and check out some of those highlights from the day, Sam.
Yeah, let's bring it up and we'll have a bit of a chat over the top of it, I suppose.
Minefield coming into that bottom arc on the first race, but we managed to work our way through it. It was definitely a 0 to 0 moment when we were second, and then nailed the bear away, got the kite up, and then just put it straight in on the jibe. Our main then fell out of the track, so the race was over for us. But yeah, it's just part of yachting, I suppose, isn't it? The breeze was anywhere between 20 and sometimes gusting up to 25 knots. And there's a fair bit of carnage. I think a few boats hit the bottom with some rigs and some spinnaker poles, and a few boats coming in with a few less parts. We had a great day, to be honest. We tuned up our rig just before we came up here, that little rig, and it's starting to feel a little bit faster. I think we've still got a long way to go with it, but we're just starting to feel like we're almost on the pace. Whereas, you know, before when we were racing around in the up breeze, it was just so far off the pace. So we're feeling a bit better there. Just need to learn how to not capsize, basically.
It's probably more uncommon that we actually go sailing in that, but yeah, we normally say that's enough. Today, I guess, top of little rig was probably the best description, and yeah. So first race, we managed to get a 4th, so yeah, held on pretty well, and yeah, had some great rides, so that was a good little hit out. And then, yeah, unfortunately, in between the 2 races, we had a pretty big swim. We went for a bear away, and I sent the boys around the front. I managed to hang on at the back, but that was okay. And yeah, Ben ended up cutting himself, or not cutting, but you know, we tried a little bit about it. Anyway, so then we started the second one, and we got to the top, and the breeze just kept on clocking up, and we just got to the top, and it was like, yeah, you know what, let's just go home. Good captain's call.
Yesterday was quite a hairy day out there. It was nice and windy, short chop, makes for exciting racing. We had a few hairy moments. Probably the one that's most memorable is top mark first time in the second race. Thought we were right for the bet away, pitch poled straight down the mine. Couldn't have got it any perfecter, and sent the bowman Dan around the forestay over the bow, and he hurt his back. Had to pull out, but mate, still hectic rides out there.
Yeah, so welcome back to the final day of the Wealth 18-foot skiff Australian Championships here on Waterloo Bay. It's living up to its reputation in Queensland. It's beautiful and sunny, and the sky is just looking fantastic, but we don't have much wind. And the breeze is just building a little bit from the east. We've got those little white cumulus clouds over the land, so that's the first sign of a sea breeze building. So it looks like it's going to be pretty light air for today. So Sam, you know some of these young guns in the fleet. Who are the key ones that you'd be keeping an eye on today, Sam?
Yeah, so we spoke to Hugo Stoner earlier, and he mentioned match racing the Royal Oak boat with him steering, and the Balmain Private with Henry Larkins. Now, on Henry Larkins' boat, Tom Grimes is aboard. Now, he's a previous World Championship match racer, and I think that we could see some little personal rivalries coming along and bring a lot of excitement to our viewers. So I think that could really showcase the 18-foot skiffs, because this brings a lot of different people from different classes, and you never know who's got beef and who's going to bring some excitement.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of beefs out there on the racetrack today, I'm sure, as they chase for that 1, 2 and 3 on the podium. We've got a great aerial view there of the Royal Queensland Yacht Squadron and the Manly Marina Precinct. It's one of the biggest marina precincts in the Southern Hemisphere, and you can see also that land just to the west of the club that's could be in the development stages for the 232 Olympics. So we've got our fingers crossed. We're hoping to develop that site there and make sure that that becomes a legacy for sailing for generations to come. As we all know, 232, Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, we've got the Olympics in town. So this whole harbour precinct's going to be amazing. It's going to be lit up with the best sailors in the world for sure. But it'll be an interesting battle out there. My money's definitely on Harry Price, the Rag and Famish. Just going to keep an eye on them. But Keegan York, he's been there before. You know, he's won the national championships in 223, so he knows what's required for today, that's for sure. And, Tommy Needham in Yandu and his team, Louis Brake and Fang, they definitely will be a bit of a dark horse. So it'll be interesting, Sam, to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be writing off any of the teams behind them. As we can see, Finport and Yandu are both very close on points, and Tom Needham, being a local boy and sailing lots of regattas out of the Royal Queensland, he's going to bring a lot of experience on this race course in these building sea breezes. He's done a lot of time training out here in lasers and 49ers. We also shouldn't write off Lazarus, because Liam Miller has stepped onto the driving seat here, filling in for Tom Kunick. Now, Liam's a local boy, up and coming in the 49er fleet, doing a lot of training in that boat, so he's got a lot of time on skiffs. Now, this time on skiffs will correlate, so if he can keep his
cool,
keep his cool in this warm weather, we could see him thriving. He's just got to keep his confidence, get clean off that start, and hey, mate, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Liam at the front of the fleet today.
Yeah, absolutely. Liam's, a young gun from the 49er fleet here in Brisbane, and definitely one to watch with the Lazarus team. Liam just spends every day of the week out here sailing his 49er and training, and so he would definitely be one to watch on this racetrack today in the lighter airs. It'll just suit him perfectly.
Yeah, and Liam's better half on the 49er, Will Bridge, has also stepped in for Nathan McNamara, who injured himself on Smeg yesterday in the big breeze. Now, Jed Cruikshank is taking the helm for Smeg, so I mean, maybe a slight change to the dynamic on that boat could see us seeing some different results for them today.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be a lot of changes in the leaderboard, and hopefully all these sailors are going to have a great day on the water here in sunny Brisbane. And looks like the breeze is picking up a little more out here. We're getting a few more little puffs across the bay, and you know, it's going to be great racing out here. Definitely, I think this race committee should be getting the sailors to the race course and thinking about getting this race underway as soon as we can. You can see there on the screen we've got fair winds right across the incredible shots there of St Helena Island and Green Island directly in the background there. Some of Brisbane's amazing scenery. Way in the distance you can see a sand island there, Moreton Island. It's got one of the highest sand hills in the world. So, you know, for those people who aren't from Queensland, you're seeing some of the best cruising islands in the world. It's pretty amazing up around here in Queensland this time of the year. But
yeah, plenty of good racing here in the winter too, with those Northern Queensland regattas, as we see further on. And the Royal Queensland just held the Laser Nationals.
yeah, we did, Sam. We just had a huge summer of sailing here at Royal Queensland. We've had the Laser Nationals with all the legends in that class, you know, winning gold medals in that class for the last few Olympic cycles. We've got some amazing young sailors in that class, and we just finished up the Opti Nationals, so we've got all the young kids in the boat park at the moment looking at the 18-footers, and they're hoping one day that they're going to turn into 18-foot skiff sailors. So it's been great for the region, and there's a lot of excitement in this little village at the moment around sailing with the 232 Olympics coming to town. So the 18-footers and Wealth bringing this event to town is just going to supercharge this little Manly village with sailing activity. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's a great spectacle out on the water. In the past month, really, it's been non-stop with national championship following each other. And I think the stepping stones for the youth sailors and the up-and-comers is pretty clear up here. It's got plenty of energy, great leadership, and yeah, it's just awesome to see.
There's been a lot of energy with the young people around the boat park in the last few days. All the 9 and 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, they're having a look at these skiffs, eyeing them off and dreaming about being the next Keegan Yorks and Harry Price of the fleet. They're definitely thinking about this journey. So the 18s are just an amazing class. We've got RQYS sailing manager just walking across the boat park there. It looks like they've got a horn in their hands, which will sound the postponement down, I'd imagine. That's Mark Dingley and Austin Sims. They're two amazing guys who run a really tight ship here at Royal Queensland. They've had all these regattas over the summer, so it looks like they're walking to that pole, and we might get Mark to take over and tell us what's happening with that signal that's about to come down.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Mark to come back online here, I think it's going to be a slow sail out to the racecourse here. Looking out the window, it's still marginal racing conditions, but we can expect the breeze to increase. And
can you hear me now, guys?
Maybe see these boats getting up on the plane and really having a good joust. Those long bowsprits on the front can create some drama in these lighter conditions, trying to fit them in positions where they don't really fit.
So, guys, you got me now? Go, go, go. All right. So, yeah, we've just had that signal. The AP signals come down, and it's like the ants have just scurried from out of their little hiding spots, and people are now scurrying to get their sailing gear on, get those last little things back on the boats, and they'll be trying to get on the water as quickly as they can and get out there. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so we've got about a 20-minute sail out onto the racecourse, so those crews will be frantically putting those wetsuits on, getting their harnesses on and getting prepared to get out on the racetrack and start to find out what the racetrack's going to offer them for today. And As we look out the side of the mothership here, those cumulus clouds, the white puffy clouds, are building up even more and more. So that just will give an indication that this sea breeze is definitely building. We can feel it on our backs here, and there's more puff coming. But they'll be fine with the number 1 rig. Just in screen there, we've got Lewis Brake and Fang Warren putting on their wetsuits. Lewis is a bit of a legend in these areas. He's won a lot of championships, 29ers, J70s. I think Lewis has won a few Hobarts in the last few years. In screen there now, we've got Brett Van Munster. Brett makes the 18-foot skiffs at Van Munster Boats there in north of Sydney. So he's just getting that wing in, and they'll plug that in, pin it off, and they'll be ready to race. So, yeah, the wings are detachable, and they just plug them in, get all the ropes sorted, and they'll be ready to race. So Brett's a stalwart in the class. He's been sailing these boats for a long time, got a big history, so it's great to see Brett back racing these boats.
Yeah, well, Brett's been building these boats for a while, and it's a testament to the longevity. It's really great to see the Van Munster Corporation just producing these awesome boats, and I think one of the newest in the fleet is the Wealth boat from Queensland. So it's nice to see young people sailing good boats and definitely getting some longevity. So I think we'll see that boat for seasons to come.
Yeah, for sure, Sam. We're just going to go to a break now, and while the teams get ready and they get those wetsuits on and get to the racetrack, so we'll just head over for a break and watch this action as they come out of the harbour. So, welcome back. We're out on the race course here, Sam, and all the boats looks like they've made it out to the race course. The starters looking at getting 3 races away today. We've got this light easterly breeze that's built. We've got about 8 knots here, and it looks like it's going to be a cracking day. So we're going to see some of those lead changes, definitely with the lighter teams bringing their skills forward. Sam, what are your thoughts on how it's panning out today, mate?
Yeah, so with the lighter teams coming in and perhaps the people that are less down the leaderboard for now, it doesn't mean they're any less in the contention. So obviously we've got Rag and Famish, Finport and Yandu at the top. But looking further down, there are some teams with single-digit scores. Now, if they knock together 2 more good races, we could definitely see them shoot forward with a drop after 5, as well as some teams that are up there that are carrying some big scores. Like the Oak's been consistent, but with a 10 and a 16, there's some pretty heavy-weighted scores. And if they continue to go 1 good, 1 bad, they could potentially get passed by Balmain and even Marine Outlet. So yeah, the opportunities are there for the taking, and if some of these teams go well and go fast out of the gates, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Like, we've had 3 races, and we get that discard. They can drop their worst race after 5. So if we get 2 good races in today, we're going to see the teams dropping their worst race from their score, and that'll really mix up the scorecard. So it's going to be really interesting, a game of snakes and ladders. But we might just go back to some of those awesome highlights from yesterday, some of that crazy footage that we had on Waterloo Bay yesterday. So here, let's have a look at it.
Yeah, we got a nice highlight here of AIDS chatting.
Yeah, that's with Scotty Ramsden, legend of 18-foot skiff sailing. Scotty was great to be out on the bay here, and we've got Lazarus starting at the pin end. They love the pin end, and they're away.
Oh yeah, so Yandu starting beneath. This is race 1 yesterday, and Yandu started below. Although they didn't get the early cross, they kept their boat speed high and ended up rounding the top mark first and continued to win that race.
Sorry, I called that Sammy. I called that Lazarus, so I got it mixed up. That's Yandu, obviously. Made a mistake there in the commentary team. So as we can see, great sail handling there by Yandu. They got that spinnaker up, and they're just ripping down the course yesterday.
Yeah, Yandu, helmed by Tommy Needham, was doing really good yesterday. This chop of Moreton Bay was proving to not be an issue in the first race for the boys. They were able to sail the boat really smoothly and kind of had a bit of a masterclass by the end of the race. They had stretched the lead out to quite a considerable margin. They were finishing, we'll see the finish probably, but yeah, they were finishing when the other teams were only thinking about driving onto the lay of the finish. So yeah,
you can see there they're doing a windward spinnaker set, so the spinnaker's being hoisted from the windward side of the boat. Big Lewis brake on the front there, and Fang Warren, they're the sail handlers, and they get that spinnaker up, and then they're away, and Tommy's locked into those back foot straps, just leading that team downwind in that Moreton Bay chop.
Yeah, this team's definitely got a Fang in the leadership position, so Tom and Louis will probably be chatting to him and making sure the team cohesions were good. And I think there was a little bit of chatter in the boat park today about how the boat was going, depending on how far forwards and how far back they were going. So it was easy for the teams to get bogged down to stern back.
Wow, that was a big lift off there. You just saw the boat leap out of that wave, and the centreboard was nearly fully clear, Sam. So exciting racing for sure.
Yeah, so Yandu, clear race winner of race 2 of the series. That definitely helped their points after their 5th place on the lighter day on race day 1. And then Finport for 2nd place here. Slight underlay of the finish boat, but a clean jibe. Clean as in keeping the rig upright is all you need to finish.
Yeah, and definitely Finport's going to be one to watch today. Keegan York, he's been here before, he's won this event before, so he's going to be a dark horse in second place currently, and he's ready to pounce to take that podium finish for sure.
Yeah, and Keegan's there with his right-hand man, Angus Williams, and now was part of the 2023 National Championship crew, and they've pulled in Matthew Doyle to try and complete it this year.
Yeah, and this was a race where Rag and Famish were starting on port. They thought they could get across, and we had a chat briefly with Max Paul in the boatyard, and they thought they were going to make less tacks on this manoeuvre, so they were heading to the right-hand side of the course, but they just misjudged it a little bit, and they had to duck the fleet. But it was an incredible comeback from Rag and Famish, and yeah, we just got Yandu on screen there again, just blasting upwind. It's fantastic vision here from yesterday, but today's going to be a different day, Sam.
Yeah, we won't be seeing these same scenes. The crew will probably be right at the front of the rack, keeping the nose in and just trying to build that speed. These boats are slow to tack, but yeah, I think we'll see some closer racing, which will make a great spectacle. The 18 racing where we love watching. Watched it for years.
Absolutely. Look at Balmain here, just leaping out of the water. They're coming up underneath Finport. And yeah, it's just amazing footage from yesterday. You can see all that spray coming off the back of the boats there, and the crew on Finport, they're just waving that spectator boat out of the way because they don't want to crash into it. And yeah, this is as good as it gets for 18-foot skiff sailing. It's just amazing stuff. Balmain just jibed away there, changed direction and got some clean air. Here are the guys ripping downwind. Keegan sitting in the boat or on the racks, just keeping it really safe, but this is just as good as it gets.
Yeah, they got the main ride in there, getting the stability and really just driving it off the kite. It's just really good boat handling here to see, really. They're sailing smart, safe, but maybe the safety is going to have to... they're going to have to be a bit more dangerous, maybe, if they want to finish off.
Yeah, today's going to be a different story. You won't have to be as safe. We've got light winds and dead flat water, so you know, teams can be a lot more riskier. They can think about the tactics and they can start to get to the edges of the racecourse and try to escape out of that bad wind. Here we've got Lazarus Capital coming into the bottom mark. Yeah, and you can just see the teams under pressure. We've got two capsize there, Rag, one of them, and Lazarus gets around cleanly there. Mainsail just flogging as they come back upwind. That's now, Tom Kunick there steering the boat and doing a great job.
Yeah, you can see Lazarus hit some bad waves here, and they couldn't really get the boat going as well as the Rag, this leg, and the Rag ended up passing them. So, yeah, keeping the boat moving yesterday as well as today is probably going to be the way to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's keeping the boat going in this light air, so it's a whole different skill set. You know, you've got the finesse of keeping that weight really far. Big, wide stern out, that reduces drag. And so the crews will be really stacking forward on those racks and trying to reduce the drag. And they also keep their bodies together to try to reduce that wind drag, we'll call it. But here you've got Harry Price on screen at the moment. Rag and Famish just showing how it's done. Two-sail jibe, probably the hardest manoeuvre in a skiff.
Yeah, really good manoeuvre here by the Rag crew. They went for a reach out to get on lay to the finish, then hoist the kite, get down in one jibe, and then two-sail to the finish. So, you know, super solid sailing. They know they don't need to do anything exotic to get the finish. They're already ahead. They got a lead. It's just all about getting the boat home.
Yeah, absolutely. And Harry and both Max are 49er sailors. They're in that Australian sailing team, and they'll be pushing towards LA and hopefully an Olympic spot. But these guys really know how to sail these speed machines. They're on fire and in the lead at the moment with the regatta. So they'll also be a one to watch today and in the lighter air.
Yeah, it's certainly lighter air. I'm looking out the window now. and the crews are just they're all trapping, but they are sitting quite squatted. It's certainly going to be different.
Yeah, well, the wind's just trying to settle in, and we'll just see what this race committee comes up with. But they've got the buoys laid and they've got the start boat in position, but it's going to be a different day, a different set of vision today. It's not going to be these crazy, awesome shots that we had yesterday, and it's going to be more about finesse today, that's for sure.
Yeah, we see on the screen now we got Yandu coming through for a third place finish. Oh, now Finport. They finished fourth. Both boats, Yandu and Finport, getting a couple of capsizes. As you can see, Yandu just got stuck there going too slow. Main loads up and pulls them over.
Yeah, and these guys are the best in the business and they're still capsizing, so it just shows you how tough it is out there yesterday. But, today's a different day, so we're going to see a whole different racetrack and a whole different... Oh, there we are yesterday, having a... That was a bit of great vision there yesterday. Sam, Scotty and I had been talking non-stop for the whole day, so we thought we'd have a quiet beverage after the broadcast. But, Sam, looking out the window, it's a different day, mate.
Yeah, totally different today. But those top teams, they're top in the breeze, and they've definitely done the work. So they're probably going to be up there in the light wind. But being lighter wind, it opens the gate up. Less speed difference. It's all about going to be getting off the line cleanly and minimising those tacks. So we could certainly see a team that gets their time on distance right, and they just get absolutely punched. Get out to the ley line, do one and in, and they could be round the top first.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting day with this whole discarding your worst race, because we've only got 3 races at the moment, and they're trying to get 3 in today. So you can't discard your worst race until they have 5 races in. So this whole points score at the moment, it's snakes and ladders. Who knows what's going to happen? We've got a bit of live vision there on the start boat at the moment. You can see the flags flying. It's only about 7 knots, so today's going to be a bit of a challenge for all these teams, and hopefully we're going to see the leaderboard really mix it up to make some exciting racing here. You got Yandu on screen there at the minute, and they're just coming around the committee boat. They'll be checking the wind. You can see Lewis Brake, the forward hand, standing really forward in the boat. So what he's trying to do is get the big stern out of the water and reduce that drag.
Yeah, so right now the crews will just be getting their information. Yeah, the crews will just be getting their information, getting a lay of the land, wait for the start line set. They'll be having a look at that and basically getting in the mode, because it's quite important to be in the right headspace for this lighter air sailing, and kind of, if they had a bad day yesterday, reset and just kind of reset, chill out, and know that although the top 3 boats are pretty clear on points, it's just as easy for one of those top boats to have a bad one. And then teams like Lazarus, the Royal Oak, Balmain and Marine Outlet are riding the fight there.
Yeah, it's all about mindset, Sammy. Like yesterday, you had to take an aggressive mindset into the race, into the game. And today, it's all about being really calm. You've got to have that zen. If you're aggressive on the race course today with the mindset, it could bring you unstuck. But, yesterday was all about having that aggression on the race tack. We're just seeing 6th. They're just puttering along in the light air, just outside the commentary mothership here. And they're looking pretty chilled at the moment. So anything can happen. All the teams are just hovering around, waiting for this postponement flag to come down. We just got Kitchen Maker on screen, Lockie Steele, Jeremy Watts, looking good. They're all chilled, laying on the deck there. But it's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, you can see the crews just trying to relax. And we see the local team Wealth here. Wealth's the sponsor of the event, and although the boys had 2 DNFs yesterday, they had a good race on the first day in the light breeze, so I think this is one of the teams that's getting ready to pounce.
Yeah, absolutely. Joshy Sloman, he grew up in this bay, he knows where to go, and he's got the big sponsor Wealth on board. They'll be someone to watch today. I reckon they'll be a bit of a dark horse, the Wealth team. So let's just see what Josh can pull out of the bag. He definitely knows this bay. Sailed 29ers as a young fella, so we'll see what they can do today for sure.
Yeah.
So it's good to see the Wealth logo, our main sponsor, on a boat. And without all these major sponsors, Wealth, Vycobi, Royal Queensland Yacht Squadron partnering with Wealth, these events wouldn't happen. So, Sam, it's just awesome to see some of these teams out here making it happen.
Yeah, and joining Josh on Wealth is George Morton and Angus Barker, two skiffy boys, local boys. So, I wouldn't be surprised if George is up there calling the shots and linking a few together, because they'll be more than driven.
Yeah, absolutely. George is a bit of a local legend. He's sailed every type of craft on this bay, and he's into wingfoiling these days pretty heavily. So George is a bit of a speed freak, and he loves the adventure. So George definitely will be calling the shots on board. So it'll be awesome to see.
So the race committee is probably looking up the course now, waiting for it to increase a couple of knots or get a touch more steady. All the crews are ready to go. Lots of bad results yesterday, DNFs, so those crews will be itching. Wouldn't be surprised if some people are pushing the start and we don't see some OCSs and boats coming back. But
yeah, we've just got a heads up from the race committee here. The AP is going to come down at 12:19, and they've got a short course. It's only going to be 1 nautical mile to the top mark with an access of 050. So the breeze is going to be coming directly over the top of that green island, which you can see in the background. So that makes the breeze really, really shifty. So anything can happen. Green Island, the land there will be heating up. It gets really turbulent with the sea breeze coming in. So we're going to see some big changes here today on the race course for sure.
yeah, and with Green Island here, the tide could become a factor. Teams that read that well may get quite a benefit from that. I see Adrian just checking his watch. What's the tide forecast?
Yeah, tide's high today, Sammy, at 125. So, tide's still coming in. There's still a bit of current there ripping. And up near Green Island, where the water's up around 4 metres deep, that tide can rip at about 1 knot. So the crews will be trying to find where that current is a little bit less and travel in that less current for sure and take advantage of it.
Yeah, if the high is coming up soon, there'll probably be a little less flow than there could be. So maybe it'll be the Green Island wind effect. Now, as the land heats up and the sea breeze hasn't fully established, there's going to be some pretty big shifts out there, or holes.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, Sam. I just think the breeze hasn't fully established. It's just reminding me of day one a little bit, and it's a little bit up and down still here, so hopefully they get a race away pretty soon. So we've got start time at 12:25, top of the screen there. So
we got Marine Outlet in our view here, helmed by Cameron Gundy. So they had a pretty solid day yesterday, and they're going to be riding the mix with a 9 and a 6, but also a 22. So if they get 2 races in, 2 keepers, they could shoot right up the leaderboard. Maybe not to the podium, but who knows? Definitely get the 4th place.
And here's one of the boats coming back down to the start area. Good idea to put that spinnaker up and just test to see if everything's operational from yesterday. We've got C-Tech here on cam at the moment, and team's looking pretty chilled, pretty relaxed.
Yeah.
So it'll be good to see C-Tech in this light wind.
Yeah, C-Tech, a team coming from Victoria, the only Victorian team, but it's nice to see. This could be a little bit of a Port Phillip Bay day. I suppose Port Phillip westerly, maybe flat water, warm air.
Yeah, it's a little bit like sailing in Port Phillip Bay, and it looks like the AP's still up potentially. We're just trying to get a visual on the start boat there. You can just see it in your frame to see if that AP or the postponement flag is coming down. So we're trying to get comms with that start boat to find out when that flag's coming down. So we're still under postponement. You can see 6th there, just testing the wind. 3 people out on the rack.
Yeah, 60, helmed by Jacob Marks. They had a DNF in the last race, but with a 7 and 11, they're right in that the peloton fight. So a couple of good races for them. They're going to be right up there. But I mean, the racing's so close. We could see massive changes today. So
yeah, definitely, Sammy. There's a boat over there on its side. They must be putting a repair. Okay, that AP's just come down. So we're into the business now. Yandu's just on screen here. Big Lewis break. Fang Warren, weight forward with Tommy Needham. They're going to be right in the mix there today. You can see the mainsail's very deep. They're searching for power. So the deeper they make that sail, the more power they've got to operate in. So, yeah, it's going to be super interesting.
That boat you saw on its side was Shaw and Partners, Emma Rankin, helming that. They're just riding it now, so you can see it in screen there. Hopefully they're going to make the start, but everything's going to be pretty wet, so hopefully their spinnaker hasn't got too drenched in that. But
yeah, you can just see Emma jumping back on board there at the moment. They'll be under a bit of pressure here, getting the boat back to the start line. So they'll be under a little bit of stress there just to make sure they make it to that start line. And we've got the first warning signal. We're already inside that signal, so we've got 4:52 to go. Got 6 there just at the bottom of the screen jibing around. And all the boats at the moment, they'll be jostling for a clear wind start. So the main thing today in this light air, it's all about who can get the bow down out of the start and be sailing the correct VMG. If you get caught sailing high and slow, it's really dangerous. So the pin end start is quite effective place to start on a really light air day today. So we'll just see how that goes. We've just coming up to 4:15 to go, and we've still got Emma Rankin just at the bottom there, coming towards the start line.
yeah, it's the pin's going to be nice for the clear air and be able to get the bow down low early. But starting at the pin's you're going to finish up underneath Green Island, which is going to be a bit of a wind shadow. So maybe we'll see some boats wanting to go duck the boat and get an early tack out to a more clear lane. But yeah, hard to say what they're thinking right now. They're still lining up. The crews will still be gathering information at this stage, and they're really going to be probably a little bit nervous. Like the top 3 boats are all in contest for the national championship spot, the prestigious trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to try to raise that trophy above your head at the end of this day. 3 races today, so there's going to be some nerves out there for sure, Sam. I just got a snapshot of, I think, Lazarus. They were under spinnaker, trying to come back to the starting area, so hopefully the boys are okay. Liam Miller and Will Bridge, the subs for today, they've come in. Tom Tunick's had to fly back to Sydney. So we can see the boats just sailing away from the start line at the moment, and they're working on their time on distance to try to get back to that start area on the gun. So just in the screen there at the moment, we've got 6, and then you've got Yandu just under them. Harry Price in Rag and Famish with the orange logo on his sail is just putting a tack in below 6th. So they're all starting to get to the business end of the race. This is going to be pretty exciting, and it's a bit of a chess game here right at the minute.
Yeah, you can see Yandu setting up for a boat start here. They'll probably tack over and try and control that boat end ley line, stop anyone getting underneath them. Rag and Famish Hotel probably setting up more of a midline pin end start. So there's a couple of different game plans going on here, and a lot of the different crews sail together in different boats. So there could be a lot of similar thought process spread between the boats, and we could see them get very, very close and personal in this start.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. We've got minute 50 to go, and all the boats will be on their final approach to the starting area. Here they go. Yandu's had to put in another tack to clear from Vycobi that was just under them. So Wealth there. Josh Sloman just tacking back onto starboard, and he's looking pretty good there for a boat end start at the moment. So the key thing is just to be patient. We're inside 130. And who's that coming in from the...
Lazarus here on port
Lazarus
coming in.
Yeah. So Lazarus may dominate the pin here. You can see that orange mark. So the start line's an imaginary line between that orange mark and the start vessel with the orange flag on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here if Lazarus comes in and tacks under one of the leeward boats. You can see them rounding up for it now. So that's going to set them up with the biggest runway. One of the local boys, Liam Miller, driving that boat now, filling in for Tom Koenig.
Yep, for sure. We've got a minute to go. We just heard the signal. We've got Wealth on the top of the screen. They're just making a jibe around.
Yeah, Wealth is probably going to be against the back against the wall here, quite slow. They've got a lot of dirty air. We can see them getting a bad start. Balmain has pace on. They're probably going to shoot through into that pin end gap. Yeah, Yandu's got popped here, so they haven't got their spot. They're going to be fighting hard to get back on the line with only 30 seconds to go. As one of the top contenders, they're not going to be getting a clear start where they wanted to start originally.
Yeah, here we go, 30 seconds, and Rag and Famish at the top of the line are a little bit slow here, but they're trying to kill time, hold that boat back off the start line. Here we go, Lazarus winding up towards the pin end, local boys, Liam Miller, and they're going to have a clear start down the pin end for sure.
If Emma Rankin can get underneath the ley line here, she'll be on for a pretty good one. It looks like there's a gust sitting over the red side.
And here we go, we're racing. So Rag and Famish at the top of the line. They've got a good start. Harry Price and team, they're clear at the moment. And way down the pin end there, we've got Lazarus, Liam Miller, the local lad, got a great start. Now we've got a bit of action at the start boat end. A few people were locked out, so they're changing direction. They're having to jibe around and come back to the start. But at the moment, Lazarus has got a great start at the pin end. Yandu also, Sam, they punched out. They finally got clear. They're sort of midline there, and they're looking okay.
Yeah, Yandu was able to pop out from behind the dirty air, and with the bow down, you can see their early pops there. But what is it? Rag and Famish Hotel with a clear start at the boat end. They've got all the options in the world. I think there's a bit of right pressure now, so Fisher Pale and Finn Sport are going to be quite good. You can see that they're higher on the ladder rungs now, and although they're splitting away from the fleet, it looks like they're moving up the course quite nicely.
Yeah, definitely. Keegan's been there before. He knows what has to happen today, and he's got that Finn Port heading out to the right-hand side of the racetrack. So you'll probably see the winners are going to come from either the left or the right. There won't be too many opportunities to tack up the middle of the racetrack. You can see Lazarus there. Big Will Bridge, he had both hands behind his head trying to swing it down, trying to get every inch of leverage on that boat. But Fisher Paykel heading to the right-hand side. Seems like they're going okay.
Brett Van Munster and Fisher Paykel there, although they've had a bad day yesterday, a 10 in the light wind race on day one, and I don't think I'd be wrong in saying that they're leading this race now. Those boats on the left are looking awfully light.
Yeah, look, Finport, they're got the bow down, and Keegan's definitely got the sniff of the wind here. He's trying to get that boat up to speed. They look like they've got more pressure in the right here, and they definitely look like they've got a bit of a wake out the back of their boat compared to the boats on the other side of the course. So this will be really, really cool. If Keegan and Finport can get up there in the rankings, it'll make it for an interesting last few races.
Yeah, I think the Liam Miller and Lazarus, although they were going quite well off the start, they've just tacked over here. It looks like a bit of a lefty. If they can get across the fleet here, they're going to move into a decent spot. But
yeah, definitely, Sam. And we've got 2 laps of this short course, so they'll be up to the top mark. And so they're on their way to the first mark. But I'm just standing up here, and it looks like good pressure in the right-hand side of the racetrack at the moment. So we've got Fisher Paykel's just tacked, Finport just on their weather side, and here they come from the right-hand side of the racetrack. Keegan York looks like they're doing a great job.
And we see Yandu tack back onto starboard. They're going to be not going too badly.
Yeah, so here we go. We've got Dave Hayter in Bigfoot, he's just ducking under Fisher Paykel. And Finport right on screen. There's Lazarus, who are at the pin end, just ducking under Yandu. So you can see the boats are starting to build speed. We've got more pressure here, Sam. So starting to look good.
Yeah, certainly. Rag and Famish are going to have to try and work their way to a side here to consolidate, because if they get stuck in the middle and those boats on the edges get extra pressure, they're going to be opening themselves up to be passed and out-rotated.
Yeah, so Bigfoot, local sailor, Dave Hayter, he's just tacked there and looking really good. And just below them, Wealth, young Josh Sloman.
Yeah,
we did talk that Josh may be a bit of a dark horse in this lighter air, and just, you can see Rag and Famish with that orange logo on their sail just coming across now. So it'll be interesting to see whether Rag and Famish cross these few boats here.
Yeah, Rag and Famish seem to be tacking underneath here, so if they can keep some speed through this tack, they've definitely consolidated on the boats on the right. But Yandu here with Tommy Needham, Tom Needham, they're doing pretty good, but they are separating a long way from their competition. So if they can find something out here, hey, they're going to make some big gains, but otherwise they could be risking a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about risk, Sam, for sure. But at the moment, we're just playing those snakes and ladders. We've got Rag and Famish and Finport locked together. You know, the two top boats in the regatta at the moment, with Rag and Famish on the leaderboard. Keegan York in Finport. They definitely know what has to happen in this race. So these guys are just next to each other, and they'll be battling away. The weight's forward on the wing, trying to keep those big sterns out and trying to reduce the drag. But I think, just from what we're seeing on screen, Sam, I think these guys are leading the race. We've got Yandu just tacking, so we'll know in a few seconds here of what's happening. So they're going to cross this first boat here, maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if... well, I don't know, it's a bit hard to judge here from the camera angle, but Yandu looks like they're pretty hot here. They got some good pressure, and they're just going to be eating up the miles on the course. Now, Rag and Famish and Finport, I wouldn't be surprised if they Rag and Famish try and burn Finport off here to try and push them the wrong way, because these guys are right in contention, and if you can get your opponent going the wrong way, you're just going to make gains on them so quickly.
Yeah, it looks like Rag and Famish might be just under the ley line here. So you can see the yellow buoy in the top of the screen there, and Finport just on the hip, or just to the right side of Rag and Famish. So they'll be trying to steer those boats a little bit higher to make sure they don't have to have another tack. So at the moment, Keegan on Finport, he's probably in the box seat here if he can lay here. Harry maybe just under the lay, but it's a battle and a half here. Two top boats taking it on.
Yeah, definitely a right phase here at the top mark. I think in the top left corner you can see Yandu not crossing back as well as they could.
Okay, so Mark, what are we seeing at the top mark there?
Well, those boats that went out on that right side of the course, they're doing really, really well at the moment. Like you said there, Kingy, the Yandu boys, they've just lost a bit of pressure coming across the middle of the course. So they've lost out quite a bit there. And, definitely those ones that hit the right side, they're doing well.
Yeah, fantastic. And I just saw Keegan's forward hand just pointing for that breeze. It looks like the breeze is definitely in the right-hand side of the racetrack. So, yeah, the right-hand side is paid as we see Yandu sailing on a pretty bad angle back there to the top mark. But as we can see, Rag and Famish are going to get there first and Finport second. So this is going to be a duel, Sam.
Yeah, and you can see a bit of pressure there on the right of the screen. So a straight set probably for the lads here. And if there's no jibe option, we're probably going to see Rag and Famish extend here into that pressure and keep their lead. Now, they definitely had the best start, so just emphasising the fact of sailboat racing. If you get a clean start, you get to open up your options. Like the Rag and Famish here, you can... Oh, I was wrong. Surprise, surprise.
Big move. So... yeah, what that's telling us is that Harry and his team, they're really loving the right-hand side of the racetrack as they look upwind. You know, it's a pretty unusual manoeuvre to jibe set at the top mark. It's a risky manoeuvre, And that's just telling us that the right-hand side is favoured. But, let's just see what happens. Great stuff here. We've got Fisher Pikel, who was in the right, and also young Josh Sloman with Wealth. Wealth have come back right into this race at the moment, so that's awesome for Wealth and Josh Sloman and team.
Yeah, you can see Tom Larkins coming up on Balmain there. He's made some gains from the left late on in the beat there, so maybe Yandu was just placed in the wrong place at the wrong time. But it seems that pressure coming between the islands is really the advantage. So that's why these teams have opted to go back to the side that gave them the good lanes on the first beat.
Yeah, you can see the angle of Rag and Famish there now. They're in that right-hand air, or left hand as you're looking on the screen, and he's sailing a lower angle than the boats who are just rounding the mark at the moment. So Rag and Famish are away. They're in some good breeze. Here they are. You can see Rag and Famish are definitely at a different angle here. They're riding that puff down the course. Finport maybe just sneaking into a bit of extra pressure there now, but Rag and Famish are showing the fleet in clear lanes here.
Yeah, the Rag and Famish boys are definitely going to get out and extend here because they're not getting affected by the boats behind them, so they're able to sail their own race. And it's going to look really good for them on the leaderboard here.
Oh, absolutely. And I just got a snapshot of Yandu here. They've got a lot of catching up to do at the moment. So, Tom and the team, they're just going to split from the fleet, I think. That's their only option at the moment. They'll head over to the right here. And on the screen now, we've got Kitchen Maker and Lazarus. So, coming around the top mark, Lazarus, Liam Miller and Will Bridge subbing in for the day. So they're doing a good job of just stepping into an 18 and making it happen. It's not an easy boat to sail, that's for sure.
Just Will Bridge is on Smeg, actually. So
it's Will on Smeg today.
Yeah. So
sorry, viewers. Here we go. We've got Noakes just putting in a jibe and they'll hoist that spinnaker up. They're just at the offset mark. Windward set.
Looks like the pressure's a bit lighter at the top there. So those front boats are really going to extend here.
Yeah, once again, Yandu on screen. Harry Price now. The Rag and Famish. And you can see, I think Max is in on the wing. So we've only got two people out. Just sailing a little bit lower angle than the boats behind at the moment.
Yeah, they're not getting forced up by those other boats. So they're able to sail their own groove. And that's why they're going to pull out here. Like, they were only a couple of boat lengths ahead of Finport. But right now, they've really pulled out a good lead.
Yeah, just extending all the time here, sailing their own course. Finport has got to defend the boats behind. So they'll be sailing a little bit higher angle, just trying to keep that clean wind, while Rag just sails their own race and gets clear.
Yeah, and doing the get even or get even worse here. So this is probably not where they want to be in the title contention, but when you're going for that number one spot, they're going for the make or break. So we're going to have to see how they look when they jibe back across here. They're definitely ahead of that bunch that did the early set around them, but we're just going to have to see if they can get back up to Finport and the Rag and Famish.
Yeah, here they go for a jibe, Yandu, setting up. And you never know, like anything can happen in sailboat racing. They may just pick up a little extra puff of breeze because they're very separated from the rest of the fleet. And, they could come back. But at the moment, it's all Rag and Famish taking it to the bottom mark. And they're extending here, I think, Sam. They've just got a lower angle. Finport is really trying to defend those boats. They've had to jibe here, so that's not a good message for Finport because they were probably getting gas from the two boats behind them. So here we go. Rags on their way, heading down to that bottom mark.
Yeah, Rags just coming down to the bottom marks now in front of us. They're going to be in clear first, but what I want to see is how Yandu and Finport look against each other, and whether that's the fleet forcing them high on that right-hand side looking upwind has slowed their progress, or maybe it's been a good investment.
Yeah, we just got, with the white spinnaker, Fisher Pikel just jibed as well. Rag and Famish jibing on screen, and then Wealth, they've just gone off a screen. They were out there next to Fisher Paykel, so they were inside the top 5. So here we go, Rag and Famish. Clean set of sails here, definitely coming into the bottom mark. And we've just got 2 out on the wing, so the breeze isn't too heavy. Got Max Paul in the middle. He's just come out onto the wing a little bit more to add a little bit of leverage. And the guys look pretty solid there as they blast down the bay. You can see the breeze has picked up a little more.
I wouldn't quite call them blasting yet, eh?
We're hopeful. We're hopeful, Sam.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least it's good racing. But definitely we're going to have to see some stuff happening behind them, because the Rags right now are sailing further and further towards that national championship. If they finish off this race, they're just about going to be uncatchable.
Yeah, for sure. And, Harry has been in this position before. He knows what the point score will be for sure. And they'll just be keeping a close eye on the boats behind them, and they'll be placing their boat between the marks or the next mark, and they'll keep a tight cover on the fleet as they come downwind here. But I can see Max there. He's turning his head around a lot. He's looking for the wind, and he's making sure that Harry's placed in the best position on the racecourse for sure.
Yeah, so no racing after 3 o'clock today. So at this rate, we should probably get 3 races in. So they won't win after this race, but if they can get another good start, they'll be looking pretty fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see a few spectator boats on the course there in the background. So some of the boats have had to dodge them, but it's just run away at the moment with the Rag. But I don't want to put the jinx on them. Yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, I was calling Lazarus as a clear race winner, and I put the mocker on them. They ended up not having a great race. So let's just keep the comms positive.
Yandu has come through with really good gains from that left side looking upwind. So they've probably moved into 3rd place here. Massive gains. Probably rounding the top mark 7th, so 4 boats. They're now in front of Finport and Balmain. They've really picked a good lane down there. So Tom Larkins really steering it nicely through the light wind here in Brisbane.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Like, Yandu's gone from the graveyard back onto the dance floor, and they're on fire here. So they're back in the race, Yandu. So you can never discard anyone. It's a game of snakes and ladders. And here we've got Rag coming into this bottom mark. We're going to try to get a time on them and see how far they are in front, but it probably looks like over a minute.
Oh, so there's been a course change. It looks like the breeze may have shifted, I don't know, a little right.
Yeah.
Hard to say, mate. I'm looking from the commentary box here, so...
Yeah, so, Mark, what are you seeing at the top mark? Has there been a wind change at the top mark that you can see?
Yeah, it's definitely gone round to the right. So they've moved the buoy. You can see we've just got the course boat just coming to pick up the old top mark here that you would have seen the boats go around before. Our new mark is down in that direction. It's probably another good 200 odd metres back in that way.
Yeah, fantastic. And that's why Yandu's made the big charge back into the race, because the breeze has gone right. So that set them up for this port jibe, and they're on fire here. So we've got the second boat coming in, and they're just dropping their spinnaker now, Balmain, and we're just going to get a time on this. They're probably about 45 seconds to 50 seconds in front, the Rag and Famish. But Yandu is right on the back of Balmain here. So Balmain, as they come around the mark, I'll get a time on it. So they are 52 seconds ahead, Rag are. So that's a great lead. And Yandu just going around now. So Yandu's just going to be trying to hold their position here and sail a little bit higher than Balmain.
Yeah, so Finport here has definitely lost 2 boats. It's been consolidated now, but they're still in the hunt. Yandu's going to try and get past Balmain, but Balmain with this good result, with their 6 and the 7, this is going to move them probably into 4th place if they can finish with this result.
And Dave Hayter's had a blinder as well, local legend Dave, in Bigfoot covers there coming around the mark now. So here we go. You can see Rag and Famish out there, stretching out their lead. Balmain second with the orange boat. Yandu's made the big gain. They're back into third. So this is going to be really interesting racing. Only 2 laps, so anything can happen here.
Yeah, so we've got Shaw and partners coming around now. Emma Rankin has made a good comeback after that start where she was held out off the boat. So she went right early on, managed to get her air clear and a good downwind.
Yeah, and it looks like Josh Sloman in Wealth, he's made a great downwind run. So we've got Wealth, our major sponsor for the event. They're coming around now. And then Smeg's making a late run. So they're going to jibe now and head to this orange mark.
Yeah, Wealth has had a bad bottom mark rounding there. They managed to stall the boat somehow and, lose a lot of ground to windward.
So here you got Rag and Famish in view, and you can see the crew just crouching in, just balancing that boat, making sure they don't have too much windward heel. Both sheet hands are really bending their knees and just making sure they've got exactly the right amount of power for Harry to put this boat through the breeze.
Yeah, right now their job is very easy. Keep the boat going fast and keep the fleet behind them. So none of the fleet's really tacking over that's close to them to attack the left. So if they just keep extending, they're going to keep getting further and further ahead. Now a couple of the boats further back are choosing the right turn at the bottom mark to create some separation. The old get even or get even worse. Now it worked for Tom Needham on Yandu on leg 2, so hopefully we can see these boats towards the back of the fleet in this race. Rag and Famish just tack here. They're sending it, pretty simple sailing for these boys.
Yeah, at the moment, Harry and team, they'll just be covering the boats who are in second and third, so they'll be going the same way as the fleet. You just got Yandu just in the bottom of the screen there. So I'm sure Harry will just be talking to the team nice and calmly and just saying, boys, let's just go the same way as these boats, and that means we can't lose much of a position. So they're just sailing on starboard tack here, getting across back to the fleet.
Probably sailing a lower mode on average right now, just to spend some of their lateral distance, but get back between the mark and the fleet. So they're in a comfy spot. If they start sailing low, their boat speed will pick up a few knots, and they'll just be back in the defensive position. So,
yeah, for sure, Sam. It'll all be calm comms here on Rag and Famish for sure.
Now the boats aren't allowed to sail through the finish line on the upwind or the downwind, so it's almost a bit of a boundary zone. So those boats that have tacked early and maybe they're on lay to the start finish line, they're going to have to do another manoeuvre and lose some distance, either duck it or tack. But either one of those is going to lose them their ground. So a slight inaccuracy in calling the lay line on that first tack, and it's going to cost them a little bit more.
Yeah, it can be costly. Any tack in this light air is costly, and as you can see, Rag and Famish have only put in one tack at the moment, and they may be on the lay line, I'm not sure, but they are definitely showing the fleet a clean stern.
I don't know about you, Aids, but do those boats on the left look like they're in a little bit more pressure there maybe?
It's really hard to tell. I'm not sure, but maybe we should get a heads up on that, get the drone in there, and let's have a look at the left-hand side of that racetrack. But Rag and Famish are still doing a pretty good job, and they'll be trying to sail fast to cut down the lead from the other side of the course.
So it looks like Finport may have bled another position here to the Bigfoot.
Yeah, okay, well, we've got Yandu on screen now. You can see that weight, as we were saying, stacked forward, trying to keep the bow down. Interesting, local legend Dave Hayter on Bigfoot. He's on that left-hand side of the race course, just tacking now. He might have seen something out there on the left, but at the moment, Yandu's on screen, and they've got that weight stacked forward, trying to keep that bow down and trying to keep that big stern out of the water and reduce that drag. They're just going through some powerboat chop there at the moment. You can see the waves are a little large for how much breathe strength it is. And Big Louis Break just stepping in forward on the wing.
Yeah, so, Rag and Famish here, they're still just continuing on, but that separation between them and Yandu laterally is probably going to start them stressing, because if Yandu get any sniff of a lefty or extra pressure, they're going to be right into the race again. Now, that left-hand side helped them on the downwind, and if it helps them again on this upwind, the breeze shifts a little left, they could be right into it.
Yeah, it's amazing how the place has changed. Like, Yandu went from being quite a way back, and now they're back in the game. And so here they go. They're putting in attack now. And this will be interesting to see where they come back into the race.
They've closed some distance, maybe, but
yeah,
Balmain's looks like they got in front of... What was the rounding position at the bottom?
It was Rag, Balmain, and then Yandu. So Yandu might have closed a bit of distance. They haven't changed position at this stage, but Rag and Famish still leading that race. You can see the guys squeezed right forward on the wing, just trying to keep that stern out of the water. And at the moment, they had Balmain right in their dirty wind. So here's Yandu on port tack. They're looking okay.
Yeah, not the most flattering angle here for Yandu. Probably missed out on a bit of that right pressure. The previous drone shot maybe got me a little bit excited for the hometown Tommy Needham.
We're all excited here, Sam, but back to the race leader, Harry Price, on the Rag and Famish. And they've got Balmain fully tucked away there. Balmain would be in their dirty air, maybe there at the moment. Balmain would be trying to sail a little lower and trying to sail clean, but Harry's doing a great job here. They'll be getting near the top mark here any minute, I reckon. And, hope to see those spinnakers get up and get this fleet ripping downwind again. So as you can see there, Balmain is right in the target of Rag and Famish's dirty wind. So they'll be struggling a little bit there. Harry will have the gas mask down. He'll be trying to put as much gas on them as they can.
Yeah, Balmain here, no kind of strangers to match racing with Tom Grimes on board. So if they're breathing here, they're probably happy, and really happy with those gains they put on Rag and Famish. So they'll definitely be taking this to the bank.
Yeah, here we go. They've put in an attack. So that might have been that gas mask that we were talking about, Sammy, and Rag and Famish have just gone straight into match race mode. They've put attack straight onto Balmain again. So Harry's trying to just cover them at all cost, push them back and cover them, make sure they got dirty air. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, Harry hasn't given them an inch now on that tack, so they're right in the midst of their dirty wind, and probably Balmain's either going to have to sail a low mode or tack out again, but they're not going to get past them in that shot.
Yeah, it was classic match racing manoeuvres there, and Harry comes from a match racing family. His sister won a silver medal at the 2012 Olympics in match racing, so I'm sure Harry's learned a bit there with his sister.
Yeah, and Harry himself is a very strong match racer, so I think he was the coach for the Australian America's Cup team this year.
Yeah, he could have been, yep. Here we go, overhead shot, and the guys there stack forward on the wing, starting to head towards that top mark. Got one leg to go after this. I'll put those spinnakers up and head back towards the finish line. But currently, Rag and Famish are looking pretty strong. Got Balmain tucked away here, and as they blast out towards that top mark.
Yeah, the Balmain boys will be super stoked with this result, because they didn't manage to finish the last race yesterday. I'm just fact-checking myself there. But either way, this will get them ahead of Hugo Stoner in Lazarus, who we haven't seen much this race. So they're definitely moving up the leaderboard, the boys on Balmain Private.
Yeah, for sure. And Rag back in. Oh, look at the Rag crew there really extending forward. He's actually nearly not on the wing. He's on the wing wire there, pushing that weight forward, trying to get that bow down and trying to get that big stern out of the water and reduce the drag. So that was interesting technique there by their forward hand.
Yeah, Yandu looking like they've been caught out of phase there a little bit. That chip left definitely didn't help them.
You can see that shiny tide line going down through the bay there, so not sure if that'll have any effect on the race course currently, but you can see the difference, the colours in the water, the different pressure. So these teams will be trying to find those better puffs or the better lines of wind that'll get them up the race course as quick as they can. So we're just getting near the top mark now. Rag and Famish just putting in their last tack for the top mark, and they've only got about 50 seconds to go, and they'll be getting that big spinnaker up again and ripping downwind, and they'll just be trying to make sure that they don't make any mistakes here, and they'll take the race win. So here we've got Rag and Famish in view at the moment. A few boat lengths off that top mark. They'll be pretty happy with that, I think, Sam, at the moment.
Oh, they'd be certainly happy with this, and with no one really that close to them, they're going to be able to sail their own race downwind. But I think the most stoked people, if this continues how it is, would be Bigfoot in their third place right now, and that will certainly help them.
So here we go, Rag and Famish on the last run to the finish. So they're going for an early set. Spinnaker's up, and away they go.
Yeah, so with the change of course mark there, they don't have a separator, so they're free to do whatever they want.
Yeah, so you can see Balmain coming around the top mark now, and then as Sam, you were saying, Bigfoot, Dave Hayter, local legend, he's made a huge gain. So it looks like Dave may be in third position, so that's going to be a great one. That'll be a great one for the locals, but we might go to the top mark as the local boat comes around just to get a bit of information from our on-water commentator. So Mark, what are you seeing at the top mark there?
Well, we've just seen Balmain do their set and jibe straight away, and Rag and Famish have jibed as well and covering them. As you said, Bigfoot, they're coming in third, and we've also got then Finport and probably Wealth will be following them.
Oh, that's great news. The Wealth boys are holding in, and they're still in the hunt, so that's really good. But this is snakes and ladders here. You had Balmain who jibed away first, and Rag and Famish. We've got big Dave Hayter now coming around the top mark in third. They've got a jibe set, so they've changed direction straight away, which is quite unusual. It means the breeze is all better in the right-hand side of the racetrack. So here they go. They're getting that spinnaker set up, and away they go. So as you can see there, you've got the orange spinnaker of Balmain in second, Rag and Famish just to the right of then, and then Bigfoot with the purple spinnaker in third position. So they've been a big mover, Sam, up this racetrack, and Yandu's just coming into the top mark as well. But on the final leg, we've got Rag and Famish. Looks like they're taking it home.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Balmain was always going to do the opposite. Balmain was always going to do the opposite to what Rag and Famish did at that top mark. But the beauty about having a bit of a lead like that, they can kind of spend a bit of their lead to keep it. You see all the boats jostling for that ley line now. Marine Outlet coming in, sneaking in front of Yandu.
Yeah, and then we've got Finport. Yeah, they're coming around Finport, Keegan York. So the team probably will be not extremely happy with that position at the moment. So that just makes the lead a little bit harder to get. But their spinnaker goes up, Marine Outlet, and then Yandu. And then you've got the Lazarus team also there, sixth, and Josh Sloman with Wealth. So that's Josh is hanging in there with the Wealth team, which is great.
And Liam Miller on his kind of debut here on the Lazarus boat, he'd be pretty happy with how he's going now. Not
an easy job, Sam, to jump into an 18-foot skiff day one and be actually mixing it with these teams. So Liam Miller steering Lazarus, he's doing a great job. The spinnaker just goes up there now, and the boys are off on their final leg down towards the bottom mark.
We've got Smeg coming through next as well.
So So here we go on screen. We've got the final leg, not far to go now. But Rag and Famish, as you can see, they're the race leaders. And they've got a few minutes of sailing to this bottom mark, and they'll take the race win. They're extending on Balmain here. And Harry's just looking around, checking out the boat behind, making sure they've got everything covered. You've got Max looking under the boom, checking for the ley line. So they're just trying to make sure they don't make any mistakes here with the geometry of the race course, and get in there cleanly with one last jibe to go. Yandu there, just in screen. Yeah, they've had a few ups and downs this race, but on screen there, Josh Sloman with Wealth. So
Wealth have been quite impressive here. They've been chipping away from the start, and they had some pretty good moments, but managed to sail a pretty consistent race here.
Yeah, pretty clean race, and here are the newcomers. Lazarus, they've got some new people on board today. Liam Miller, and Liam, his first time, I think, steering the 18, and you can see him having a look around, but he's doing a good job keeping that boat trucking along.
Yeah, it shows how versatile these skills are in these sailors. The 49er boys definitely show their strengths, and Liam obviously doing a lot of 49er sailing right now. That's just what makes it possible to jump straight into the 18.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about 49ers, Harry Price and Max Paul, two of the best 49er sailors in the country. They've only got one more jibe, one direction change here. Here they go. So pretty safe in this type of breeze. They'll clean this jibe, and they're going straight into the finish line, and they're going to take the race win here for sure. The only thing that'll stop them is a mast falling down. And
that won't happen to these players.
That won't happen, yep. But here they go.
They've sailed a beautiful race, just emphasising how good it is when you have a nice start. So pretty simple sailing.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. They had a great start, and Rag and Famish are going to take the race win here, and they're going to extend their lead of the overall championships of the Wealth Australian 18-foot skiff championships here on incredible Waterloo Bay, Brisbane. You can see the islands in the background there. There's a little bit of sand island there on Moreton Island as Balmain blast down to the finish. They're going to take second, Balmain. Got the spectator boat right behind them.
I reckon we can head down to the finish.
Yeah. Okay, so Balmain are coming across the line now. So Reagan Famish had a pretty big lead there. So Balmain will be across the line in a few seconds. There they go, yep. So that's second for Balmain. And just got Sam here. Sam's adding up the points frantically to just see where we finish up with all these sailors.
Yeah, so depending on how Lazarus finish, they'll probably still be sitting in 4th place, but Balmain will go up to 5th. So a nice solid race there, and they've seen a gain of a spot, so they've probably sneaked in front of Hugo Stoner and the Royal Oak.
Yeah, so we've got a group of boats all blasting down towards that finish line at the moment. And it looks like Yandu's only just been able to hold on here. Got Lazarus on screen at the moment. Finport coming across, Keegan. He's just going to cross in front of Lazarus there. Finport on starboard tack, or starboard jibe.
Yeah, it's definitely the trenches here, further back in the fleet, trying to get your own clear air and sail your race. It's difficult when people are crossing in and trying to interrupt you. So if you can sail cleanly, you can really make gains, and if you don't, you're just going to get absolutely...
Yeah. And here we go, Bigfoot, bags and covers, Dave Hayter across the line. It's fantastic. Dave's been chipping away with the 18 class here for a few years, and it's great to see him on the podium for that race win. That's going to build a lot of confidence for the next 2 races today with Dave and his team. And then Yandu's going to cross next. What a shot, hey, that beautiful Moreton Bay there, or Waterloo Bay, out to the islands of Moreton Island. Incredible. So Yandu just going across the finish line now. And we've got Wealth and Partners. Just Josh Sloman, Wealth. Here we go. This is tricky.
Close cross here.
Port and starboard, close cross. Finport, they're going to be the next one across, Keegan. So he's going to be trying to get the bow down. Actually, it's going to be real close.
We're going to have to see there.
They may not. Oh, it's really close.
Yeah, I think they've got
it. So Finport have got it. So they're next.
Finport finishing in 5th there.
Yeah.
Marine Outlet in 6th. And Lazarus in 7, I think that is.
Yeah, Lazarus. Then we've got Smeg in screen at the moment. We've got Wealth. Great regatta from Wealth, or great race from Wealth, the young guys. They've chipped away all day and they've been going good. So here's 6 coming across the finish line.
Yeah, 60 in 8th place here.
Yeah, Jacob Marks. So the day's been solid for them. As you can see, there's a long way back to the boats at the back of the fleet.
So the boats are still fighting hard for these positions, but in a light wind it's difficult to do too much, and you really got to look forward in the race and plan your chess game out early.
Yeah, for sure. A few more boats coming down through the finish line at the moment.
So
teams will be happy to get across the line and just take a breather and try to plan for their next race. We've got Smeg just there, Vycobi on screen at the moment. So everyone's coming down to this finish fast and furious. It looks like the breeze has picked up slightly, maybe 2 or 3 knots.
So Wealth finished in 9th there, and then both Smeg and SeaTech close finishing too. So in this warm racing, what are the sailors going to be doing pre the next race? Are they going to be resetting, refueling?
Yeah, I think the big thing is just to reset. If the race went well, you'll be thinking about what went well for you. If the race didn't go well, you'll be trying to think what else you can do and try to stay in that positive mindset. You know, racing at this level, it's like a chess game, and if you have any negative thoughts come into your mind, it can really affect your decision making. And the decision making's got to be accurate and repeatable. And it's one of the things that all the top sailors at this level, they make really accurate decisions time and time and time again. So you've got to be a level sort of mindset to race at this type of event. We call it the emotional roller coaster. So when athletes go up and down with their emotions, often they can't make these decisions time and time again. And when you meet the greats, you know, the Tom Slingsby of the world and the Peter Burlings, the guys who are racing at the America's Cup level, they're all really, really level characters. Their personalities are pretty monotone. So, yeah, it's all about being level.
Yeah, the Royal Oak boys won't be too stoked with this result. Might push them down the leaderboard a touch there, but they'll definitely reset. Strong regatta so far for them. So if they reset after this race, they can be back up there.
Yeah, for sure. But
So
Mark, what are you seeing on the race course there? Has it built a few knots? Have we got a little bit more wind speed for the next race?
Yeah, I think it has built a little bit more. It's just looking like there's that just a little bit of more darkness on the water from the wind. So yeah, and it sort of seems to have settled. I think if they keep the buoy in and around where they had it just for that change of course, there's actually a lot clearer air out to sea. Obviously, they're just south then of Green Island, rather than that first location where they were in a little bit from it, which obviously causes a bit of wind shadow and can disturb it as well.
Yeah, and I saw, Mark, there was a lot of weed on the course there at one stage when Rag and Famish were on the starboard side of the course or the right-hand side of the course. Are you seeing much weed on the course at the moment?
Where we're sitting, no, but I definitely saw a few clumps of bigger bits of weed floating around up near the top mark. So just I think as that tide sort of reached its peak, it's probably that's where it's starting to come loose a little bit and and drift around. But probably less even than Saturday. There was quite a bit on Saturday, but yeah, definitely still clumps of it about.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we've got the top of the tide at 125, and that's only a few minutes away, 15 minutes away. And so that's going to make the race course pretty even. So the athletes are only going to be looking for the win. They won't have to factor tide in for this next race. They'll just be looking for the best pressure on the course and not worry too much about the tide for sure.
They're also looking like they're just... Yeah, they're looking like they're just setting the top mark again now for the next race. It's probably not quite as far right as what it was in that last rounding, but it's also looking like they could be a little bit further out. So obviously the race committee is probably also seeing a little bit more pressure there, and is just giving that little bit of extra length on the course as well.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of a score update now. The Rag and Famish boys, obviously with that first race, they win the race, 6 points total. But then there's a tie for second and third between Finport and Yandu, both on 13 points. So the Rag and Famish boys have really concreted their lead. But the race for second and third is even tighter. And Lazarus Capital are 19, so only 6 points back from third place. So yeah, we could see some really defensive sailing from Harry Price, and then some combative sailing maybe from Keegan and Tom Needham.
Yeah, for sure, Sam. And Mark, were you seeing much match racing going on at the top of the leaderboard there? Like we saw Rag and Famish trying to cover Balmain there towards the top of the course. So, yeah, what were you seeing on the top of the course there, Mark?
Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of that happening. Rag was obviously protecting their lead, and it was very smart sailing of them to do so. Even if it was from Balmain, who's maybe not quite in that points position to get anywhere with the championship overall, but certainly the boats behind were also then throwing it out in different directions as well. So we quite often saw Yandu splitting away from the direction that those leaders were heading.
Yeah, often when sailors split, they often have a bit of a speed issue. They're throwing a bit of risk into their program, Sam. When you split from the fleet, you're looking for something, looking for a bit of magic, hopefully, a bit of extra breeze out there. So the Yandu guys, I know they're a big team, so they might be under a bit of pressure today to perform in this light air.
Yeah, it's interesting to see their risk profile so high, given how close they are on points. So I wouldn't be surprised if they start a little closer to Keegan York maybe this race and Harry, just to be in the same water. Because when they get the boat going, they're pretty average on speed. So, well, not average bad, average good. And being native to this area, if they give themselves a chance by being in the same water.
How many knots? 3.
Yeah, well, the big thing is, when you split away and you sail away from the fleet, it's all about risk. So it was interesting to see Yandu split from the other competitors. So it'll be interesting to see what type of race strategy they're going to take forward here. But I'm hoping that race committee is going to get that flag up pretty soon, Sam, and we start to race in this breeze here. So
yeah, I just heard a horn out the back there, so we'll probably be getting into it pretty soon. The breeze has increased a little bit, so the teams will be looking out to see what the next change will be, but definitely some more fight for that boat end start, and they'll be crucial to nail that and put that together, because it obviously worked for Harry on the Rag and Famish, so definitely some boats clogging that end of the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got a little bit of a course change here that's going to happen, and while they do that, we're just going to maybe go to an ad and have a little break before the next race. So over to the team.
The ocean for us is our happy place, our safe place. You think about, top memories as a kid growing up, it's always, by the water.
We all know plastics is an issue. I didn't expect it to be as, I guess, horrendous as it has been.
I cannot believe how much waste we removed today.
This is one of the biggest nightmares you can possibly have, because you walk to this very pristine, beautiful area. You look at it from like 100 meters back, and it still looks clean and pristine. And as soon as you get closer,
We marked out a 1 square metre area and we had 8 hands coming in, picking up the waste. Probably a couple of thousand bits of microplastic we found in that area. It is insane, the density of this waste. We were there for 30 plus minutes and I said, guys, right, tools down, that's enough. We picked up 2.9 kilograms of plastic, marine debris.
now think about that, times, say, 1,000 for 1,000 square meters. That would be 2.9 tons, just from 1,000 square meters of beach.
We are literally poisoning ourselves. Plastic is now in our bloodstream. This is a carcinogen.
This is not just one of the most magical places in the world. It's World Heritage. It's one of the most marine diverse ecosystems on the planet. That we have such a plastic problem on our own shores, only miles away from the Great Barrier Reef, is just not acceptable.
Okay, here we are back on. Second race of the day on the last day of the Australian 18-foot skiff championship sponsored by Wealth. We've got all the boats jockeying for the start here. And the breeze has just slightly increased a little bit, Sam. We've got a little bit more wind, and it looks like the race committee has set the top mark slightly in the right. So it looks like the breeze has shifted to the right a little bit, and we're inside the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, we can see we're already well and truly within the boats jostling period. There's a few boats down the line a little bit more now, so that could hint at the fact of a left shift or a potential pin bias. We saw the boat being dominated in the previous race, but it looks a lot less clogged now, so maybe a more open race. But if these boats misjudge the line, that's going to really affect them if they have to go back for it.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see Rag and Famish there at the bottom of the screen there, trying to get to the pin end. So, Sam, I think that pin end is favoured.
Yeah, and there's 2 boats on port there, so they'll look for they're not going to get the cross, but they'll get an early tack in maybe. We're within all right, 1 minute to go now. Okay, so the race will start at 4 minutes on the counter.
Yeah, so we've got some of the key players there. You can see Rag and Famish right at the very bottom of the screen, just tacking around now, coming back towards the fleet.
Yeah, that pin is looking awfully clogged now, so maybe there'll be 1 or 2 boats that get away cleanly there. Otherwise, the 60, and I spotted Smeg as well at the top of the line, they're going to have a lot of runway, and they're going to be clear to accelerate. So we could see those boats popping early.
Yeah, we've got 20 seconds to go, and boats are just held back off the line a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's Shaw and partners there with the circle. So
Yandu's backing out there.
Oh, Yandu's having an absolute shocker right now. They're going to have to duck a lot of the fleet on port.
Here we go. 5,
Marine
4,
outlet, come with speed.
3, 2, 1, and here we go. So we're racing.
Yeah, so the boats are quite low on starboard right now, which is alluding to a left-hand phase right now. If boats can get over onto port early, they're going to be going straight up. And you can see Fisher Parkle there getting the early port tack cross at the pin, and Rag and Famish pointing out there. Those boys are going to be absolutely stoked with that. They're going straight at the course towards the top mark.
Yeah, and it looks like Finport, Keegan York and Rag and Famish have got off on the port tack, and they're gone. And this is going to be a match race between these two, Sam, I think, from now.
Yeah, I got the call wrong there. There's the same black livery at the front, but yeah, Rag and Famish and Finport are going to be jousting it up here. Keeping in mind that Rag and Famish is 7 points clear on the points, so they're going to know that they've got quite a bit in the bank. But Finport right now is definitely ahead of Yandu on the leaderboard. Yandu escaping out to the right-hand side there, getting onto port early. They're going to be up there, but again, back against the wall, trying to catch that Rag and Famish boat looking smick.
Yeah, so they're heading up to the first mark in the second race of the day, and Rag and Famish and Finport just absolutely blasted out of the start there. And we've got a little bit of a breeze increase here, slowly building a few more knots, so this will make for some exciting racing. But these two boats have launched on the fleet, just showing their class at the start. They just all got away on port, which is great.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of the fleet trying to get over to the right. That gap in between the Green Island and Wellington Point is really funneling the breeze down. I think we're going to see these right-hand boats getting the early advantage again. A lot of the fleet that wasn't able to get onto port tack early at the start is still in light breeze, sailing a knocked tack, so it's not going to be looking good for them when they flop over and see these port boats way above their line.
Yeah, it looks like these boats are just extending away from the boats around them. They're in great breeze.
Yeah, how good is the Rag and Famish's high mode here? Finport's going to be doing what they can to try and burn them off, but Harry Price is keeping his cool and staying high here when it's the most important. They don't want to get knocked over to the left side.
Yeah, definitely. They don't want to put in another tack here, so you know, Keegan will know that he's got to go into high mode and try to damage Harry's position there. And so both boats will be really concentrating, sailing the boat on the top edge of their telltales, just trying to hang in there. So we've got a war on at the moment, Sam.
Yeah. We just went through a little bit of a bad patch of waves there with Finport able to get their bow a bit higher and accelerate through them. Now, Rag and Famish is actually feeling the burn a bit here. You can see the boys going in on the knees a little bit, trying to squeeze that extra height out of the boat, hold on this port tack as long as they can. And another knock here for the boys. This isn't going to help them too much. You can see they're playing with the sails.
Oh, puff on. Here we go. Finport just got a huge knock there.
Rag and Famish aren't going to be able to live here for much longer.
Here they go, they're tacking. Yep.
Yandu getting onto port tack early. They're out on that right-hand side. If they get that same knock that Finport and Rag and Famish did, hey, they're going to be straight back in that race.
Absolutely, they're going to be back into it. But here we go, the match race is on. Rag tacked and Finport was straight across, so they know that they've got a race on their hands. But here we go, Yandu, they're in a lot of breeze out here, like a lot more breeze, I think, than Rag and Famish. They were stretched out harder. They got Louis Brake up the front, who's pushing 100, and he was stretched out no problem.
Yeah, and just right now it seems like Finport and Rag and Famish, maybe they got that big knock, but I'm not sure if it's going to last in there. So they may have tacked a little bit too early, but with that great start the lads had getting onto port early, they've managed to gap the fleet here. So it's probably a 3 or 4, 5 horse race maybe at the front.
Here we've got Marine Outlet on the screen now, and you can see these boats coming to the right-hand side of the course are much more pressured up. They seem like they're stretched out on the trapeze more consistently, and the boats look like they've got better wind, better speed. So
Rag and Famish and Finport have both matched 2 tacks there, but Rag and Famish has really got the edge on that. They've probably made up a boat length in those 2 tacks, and in the minute and a half probably they've been racing each other closely. That extra boat length right now is really helping them. But with this short course racing, they're just absolutely eating the course up. So definitely going to be aggressive sailing by the boats here with not many at the front on that same line.
Yeah, we're looking at Rag and Famish now. They're nearly in a commanding position here. I reckon Harry'd be thinking about going low mode and trying to get across Finport's face and put some dirty air onto him. But Finport have gone from being the dominant boat, and now it looks like Rag might have the upper hand right at the minute. But here we go, Dave Hayter again in Bigfoot boat covers. They're at the front of the fleet again, so that's another good sign for the Queenslander.
And Beck Hancock in Noakes there, she's killing it. Noakes is, they haven't had too many good races, but they're up there in the top 5 right now, and look at them go.
Neck and neck. Beck's in probably 3rd position here, doing a great job.
Yeah, this is what they need to move up the leaderboard. A good race now, single digit. If they can get this to the finish, hey, they're going to gain 5-6 spots. Like, this is exactly what they need on that Noakes boat. So they're doing super well.
So here we go, Rags tacked to the top mark, I'd say. And Finport's just on their hip. Yeah, you can see here they're heading to the top mark. And this will be hard for Finport. They're just bearing down just in Rags gas here now. So
you can really see how variable the conditions are. Like Rag and Famish right then kind of made a boat length to windward just in a little puff, and Harry Price steering really accurately. He's just getting the most out of these little puffs as the sea breeze is desperately trying to fill in on Moreton Bay.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's got the gas mask on, Keegan, at the moment. You can see Keegan's boat's in the stern wake. So as he pushes that dirty air back onto Keegan and he's trying to punch through that stern wake, he's just going to extend that lead more and more. So here they are coming into the top mark, Sam.
Yeah, this breeze is getting more and more variable, I suppose you could say. There's a couple of low clouds forming, and the clear skies that we had at the start of the day have gone more cloudy. So I don't know. This isn't looking too good for the sea breeze build. A lot of the boats are parked up, like they're not able to link those shifts together. And in the trenches, they're really fighting.
Yeah, well, here we go. Rag and Famish first around, race leader, second race of the day. And I think, as you said, Sam, anything can happen here. So it's going to be a real game of snakes and ladders. And the team have got to keep their eyes far and wide for these pressure changes. And now we've got Finport coming around Keegan.
Yeah.
They're holding on, trying to reduce that points gap on Rag and Famish.
Yeah, so Keegan's going to have a trouble on Finport trying to reduce it, but they're definitely going to be in front of Yandu now. Now, I think I spotted Yandu crossing out wide. Again, they're finding themselves on a different tack the majority of the fleet. Now, they're definitely picking them, but if you always got that much risk going on, it's going to be difficult to really catch up the distance you need to. I'm worried that Yandu's going to fall down a bit on the leaderboard here. Just coming into screen there, they're going to be hard-pressed to make it round in the top 10 of this race. I think that's...
Dave Hayter maybe in second, is it?
Yeah, far out. It's difficult on this contrast because the clouds have started to cover and also cover up the breeze. You can see now they're struggling to three-person trap. So maybe the breeze has gone a little left and they're all stuck on starboard lay.
Kitchen Maker. So Kitchen Maker's around?
Yeah, Kitchen Maker, Lachlan Street. They need another good race, so this will really help them. The last race yesterday, they were in 5th. I think they were a bit down the leaderboard in the first race today. So this could help them go up as well, but it's Smeg now that's managed to be the first red boat. Now, I hope we see Noakes there, maybe in 5th spot or 6th spot. Just waiting to see. Straight set on all the boats so far, so that's indicated a bit of a left-hand shift, and that'll bring them down. Now, this lefty has been in from the start, so... and Balmain, nice.
Balmain going around, yep.
Shaw and partners too, Emma Rankin, Henry Larkins, Bigfoot. Maybe Noakes got stuck on the wrong side of one of those little bullets, because... they were right next to Bigfoot, so one wrong tack. Vykobe's up for a good recovery from the last race.
Here we got Yandu coming around now. They're in screen, so they've got a lot of hard work in front of them trying to catch up. Thang just pulling that spinnaker up.
Yeah, and if this is going to be a straight set and a pretty soldier's track like it's looking to be, maybe we're going to see a course change again. But the 18-footers... Bar and restaurant. This is a pretty solid race for them. Noakes we see coming around now. So Noakes was right up there in the top 3, top 4, top 5. But one wrong shift. And they've moved back. The locals in Wealth.
Yeah, Wealth's in there again. And here we've got Rag and Famish close-up shot. You can see the team just ripping down towards the bottom mark. And it looks like... Max in the middle there is just balancing that boat very precisely, keeping that boat directly flat.
Yeah, super smooth sailing by these guys, and I think I heard a double hoot which could indicate a change of course, probably moving the top mark left. But if Rag and Famish finish this race off where they are now, they link up a pretty good second beat, they're going to have the championship sewn up. So if they just cover Finport, their next race could be a drop, and then won it with a race to spare.
Yeah, it's
crack open the Queensland delicacy.
Crack open the champagne, but we don't want to put the Mozza on them, Sammy. I made that mistake with the Lazarus on day one, but Rag and Famish are looking really solid here at the moment. They're really sailing away with this race in the light air.
Yeah, you can expect a boat's average, and the average on Rag and Famish is sitting only just over 1 point. So if they sail to their abilities, they're doing bloody well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got Maxie's just having a look under the boom there, looking for the ley line to the next mark. So they'll probably be setting up for a jibe soon.
real soldier's course now with this left-handed. We've seen no boats jibe yet, so that's indicating a solid lefty, making it really difficult for passing opportunities. If there was any breath out on the other side, I guarantee you we would have seen Yandu jibing, looking for it, because they're not where they want to be right now, are they?
Yeah, they're just in the train. They're just trying to survive. They're trying to get the clean air, but there's no passing lanes there at the moment. Just Max looking behind, just checking in at Finport. He's just making sure they're not getting down below their centre line. The big thing for Rag and Famish here is if they jibe, they want to rotate before Finport. So Max will always be looking behind and making sure the rotation they make is before Finport.
Now the bottom marks are still nowhere near this ley line, so they've had a massive go on starboard jibe on this downwind. No passing lanes. Maybe if you got weed on your boards, you'd be slow, but otherwise, far out, mate. This is difficult. This is difficult racing for them.
Yeah, it's just going to be no overtaking lanes in this race at the moment. But as we know, Sam, with any sailboat race, things change. And things may change again. So who knows? Here they go, setting up for a jibe.
It looks as if the breeze has actually swung round to the left of Green Island out there. So that's it's almost a 20-degree lefty.
Yeah, well, that might be that sea breeze, a pure sea breeze coming in from, 030. The land has been heating up here today, so you can see Rag and Famish now heading towards that bottom mark. They had a really clean jibe and maybe extended a boat length or so on Finport there.
Yeah, the boat handling on Rag and Famish is second to none right now. They're just gaining every manoeuvre, every jibe. They've really got that boat going well, and I suppose in the point score in Sydney, they've been doing really well. Consistent boat and just super clean sailing.
So here they're coming. They're going to do a jibe around this bottom mark. So that jibe indicates the breeze is better on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So, what you were saying, Sam, about the left-hand side of the racetrack, it looks like it's spot on, and these boats are going to head out to that left-hand side. And I think it's this pure sea breeze just built in, and it's going to be a 030, and these guys are going to be blasting out to the left-hand side for sure.
Yeah, if the course hasn't changed, the boats are going to be pretty close to ley line as it sits right now. So very much a soldier's check in a persistent breeze. Boats that continue out on starboard to hook into it further might get some gain if it goes a little bit more, but otherwise they risk sailing extra distance.
Yep, we've just got Finport who have come round, and they've just looked like they got a little header or a little knock. But this is surprising that Harry split from the second boat. So he's seeing something that maybe we're not seeing.
Yeah, I think he might be opening up a better clear air lane, so he's not having to sail under those kites.
Yeah.
And he's just maintaining his boat speed higher. And so I think maybe only 2 people on the trap on Rag and Famish, but the race down there is still going on, so we're going to see quite a few boats rounding the bottom mark at the same time. No sign of Yandu right now, so that tells me that they're hanging it out somewhere.
Yeah, and it looked like Finport were in a bit lighter air there, but you can see...
Horrible rounding by a kitchen maker here, almost losing 2 spots. What do you reckon, Aids? Out wide in tight?
Yeah, that's a tough rounding. Who knows what was happening on board, but that's they're going to suck up a bit of dirty air there for sure. And we've got Dave Hayter on Bigfoot. They're coming in now, but they can't get that spinnaker down. They'll be screaming at each other trying to pull that spinnaker down. It's come down now.
Oh, but they ended up on ley line there, so that's a good exit for them, a good recovery. Shaw and Partners getting it all cleaned away early. Aggressive turn, but I think they'll open up their air there.
Yeah, next Vycobi coming in. So Vycobi's clean. Yandu just come into screen. So they're there. They're going to jibe to the opposite mark. That's the first time we've seen them for a few minutes. So let's see what magic they can work on this next work. You never know with Yandu. They could come back. So Yandu are rounding the other mark. And here we've got Rag and Famish on screen, and they're just putting in a little covering tack to put the squeeze on Finport. They're going to come across here and probably tack back on Finport, make sure they've got this lead covered.
Yeah, I don't doubt that for a second there. And you can see the difference in Rag and Famish and Finport there. Finport have had to sail through dirty air of the kites, and I think Rag and Famish have put 3, maybe 4 boat lengths on them, and then probably going to force Finport the opposite direction now. So
Yeah, so as these boats come together, we'll start the match race again, but it looks like Harry's just tacked to leeward or just on his line, but we've got the match race on, and Finport are going to be struggling with the bad air there, but anything can happen, you know, so we've got a tussle at the front of the fleet.
18-footers Bar and Grill must have had a bit of bar and restaurant. They must have had a bit of trouble getting the kite down because they've had to go right down below the bottom marks and sail a lot of extra distance, not towards the top mark. And now they needed that good race. So if they keep bleeding bits like that, it's not going to be what they want.
Yeah, so we've got Rag and Famish in screen here now. They're on leg 3. And we've got Finport directly behind them. So Harry will know exactly where they are, and he'll be keeping this dirty wind and dirty water straight on their bow, making sure that they don't make any gains towards them at all.
Now, we saw Yandu tack out early. Although they're splitting away from the fleet, they're also splitting away from the dirty air and the turbulence that's going to come from everyone tacking. So if they can sail their boat fast and try and make gains, I think they could definitely catch up here because they've shown excellent boat speed and ability to move their way through the fleet.
Yeah, Mark, so what's happening at the top, Mark? What are you seeing there on the water?
Well, we've heard that the race committee earlier on, they had called that the breeze was shifting between 30 and 60 degrees. I'm just getting some gusts here now up to 8 knots, but it's dropping down as low as 5 in the but there's there's lots of puffs and lots of lulls as well. So it's going to be one of those days for the boys in and out of quite a lot on the trapeze, I think, and just keeping these boats powered up in between the gusts.
Yeah, for sure, and we can see Rag and Famish still got the cover on Finport, and Finport just dropping ever so slightly below Rag and Famish as Rag and Famish put the dirty air back on towards them. So how far away from the top mark are they at the moment, Mark?
Getting close. They're probably about halfway up the track at the moment. It's a bit hard to pick them out. They're just bow onto us at the moment, so really hard to pick which sail's which. But just seeing Rag and Famish come. They're well under the ley line on port there, so they'll be 1 and in, I'd say.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, as they get closer, we might come back to you and get an update on how they're looking at the top mark.
So, looking back a little bit further in the race here, Balmain Private's having a pretty good one, but Lazarus are not. Now, this bad race from Lazarus could cause them to drop below Balmain Private, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Balmain Private move into overall 4th position in front of the Royal Oak and Lazarus after this race, because they've been putting together a pretty good race, especially with their 2nd place from the first one today.
Yeah, you can see on screen here the distance between Finport and Rag and Famish. There's probably about 20 seconds there, so Rag and Famish have still got to be a little bit careful not to make any mistakes.
Yeah, but Rag and Famish are definitely clear ahead. No one's putting any pressure on them. With Finport chasing, it kind of says that they're close to ley line already, or even perhaps on ley line. Now you can see Yandu in the top left of your screen. Yandu is on a pretty bad angle relative to everyone else, so I wonder if they can get across on starboard soon, or maybe they're banking on a bit of a righty there, aids. Maybe the breeze will go back on the other side of Green Island at the top of the course. But right now we've got to wait to see what that pack does in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, definitely they've been sailing high risk today, getting out on the edges, but they're probably in the mindset of they've got nothing to lose, so let's hang it out here and try to get back to the top of the fleet. But we're just seeing a dominant display here at the minute from Rag and Famish. The breeze looks like it even picked up a little bit more. We've probably got about 11 knots here. And Rag and Famish are just extending a little bit their lead.
Yeah, Rag and Famish doing super well in this marginal conditions for a variable day. If they can go 1-1 this morning, it's really showing their dominance. They could be the boat to watch for the next few years if they can keep this crew together. And Harry Price and Max Paul have recently entered the Palmer World Cup together. So I don't know. The 49 is a totally different boat. Lots of people putting in lots of hard yards. But if they're carrying this form in Australia against our top skiff sailors, who knows how they can go against the world's best in the 49er fleet.
Yeah, here they go. They've just put in their last tack to the top mark. And it'll just be one and in here now.
Yeah, so I think on this downwind leg we'll see a long starboard jibe again. Breeze doesn't look like it's shifted much. All the boats are spending a lot of time on port tack. So a bit of a victory lap at the moment. And far out. Haven't they stretched this lead out?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll try to get a time on them here at the top mark, but they're probably about 25 plus seconds in front of the second boat, Keegan York and Finport. But here they come. They're coming into the top mark. They're a little bit overlaid, just cracking sheets or easing the sails.
Maybe that little overlay there is because of a bit of a right-hander at the top. Hopefully that can get Yandu through just to kind of keep their podium dreams alive. They have a little bit of a buffer, but depends on where the Capital Lazarus finish up.
Yeah, well, you know, Sam, the tide may have turned by now, so that may have been that little overlay. They're getting pushed out of the bay, and that may be helping them get to that top mark. But here they go. They're away now. They're about 25 seconds in front.
Yeah.
And I just think that is too far in front at the moment for Finport to catch up. But let's see how it goes.
Yeah, well, Joel Turner on Finport has really found his groove here. Probably the driving house. He's definitely got some import on the crew's tactics.
Absolutely. Like Joel's been one of our country's best 29er sailors for the last 15 years.
49er
sailor, sorry. He's been through the whole Olympic program. But here we've got Rag and Famish in screen, just ripping down the track now. We've had that breeze increase. And you can see the guys stretching out. And you can see that water trail behind them. They're really ripping along now.
Yeah, with this tide change, the breeze has really come in. So, I mean, hopefully the breeze keeps building for this last race and we can get a bit of 18-footer excitement. Flat water, bit of breeze up, really max power in these number 1 rigs. I think they're the big ones. But yeah, they're almost at 3 on the trap here. So if they can get to max power, it's going to be max excitement for us watching.
Yeah, the last race could be awesome with at the top of the range on the number 1 rigs. Could be really exciting. So coming into the top mark here for the final leg, it looks like, is it Smeg?
I think Smeg's managed to work themselves up a little here. Yeah, it's definitely Smeg.
Yeah, Nathan McManara, Jed and Jack.
Well, actually, yeah, this is Jed Cruikshank steering now because Nathan McNamara injured himself, and then Will Bridge on the main. So Will, oh mate, lucky that you have a strong Queensland fleet here of fill-ins that the boys can use, because after the brutal day yesterday, they've really needed it.
Yeah, there's been a few crew changes overnight with injuries from the strong winds, I think. But here we go. Balmain.
Super versatile sailors jumping in, changing positions on the boat. Henry Larkin's going across in a good position in 4th. Now, if Balmain finish the race on 4th, they're going to be on 41 points, and that'll be pretty close to 4th place as well. So,
yeah, we're seeing some leads change in that point score for sure, Sam. And here we go. We've got Rag and Finport ripping down track. They're not far away from a finish here. And
Fisher Parkle there.
Yeah, I just didn't pick up who that was in that rounding, but we've got Finport in screen at the moment.
Yeah, it's
about 20 seconds. There's Yandu going around the top mark now, so they're back a little bit. So
Yandu in around seventh. Yeah. Yandu in seventh is going to bring their total to 20 points. Now, it's still podium, but they're not going to be able to chase Finport and Harry if they keep using their speed. And if they hold this form, they're not going to be chased.
Yeah, for sure. And here's Rag heading now to the finish line.
So it looks as if this could be the championship sewn up for Rag and Famish right now. We're not going to get 4 races in. We'll get 3 in. So this is Rag and Famish winning the regatta with a race to spare, I think.
Yeah, here we go. They've got 1 race left for the day. These guys have had 2 wins.
They probably know that far they've done enough. So with a bit of luck, the boys will have a bit of a selly here.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at the body movements. But I'm sure Harry will know exactly where.
Oh, maybe they're unsure of whether they'll get 4 races in.
Yeah.
But I don't know, in the commentary booth here, it looks pretty solid. Yeah, Max and Harry giving a wave there.
Wave to the drone.
Yeah, this could be the national championship winner. If we only go to 3 races, Harry Price can drop the next race, whatever it is. I don't think we'll see them sailing in early. I think they'll want to finish it off cleanly and maybe go for a picket fence with a door. So if they drop a third race, a third position, they'll be 1-1-1-1-1-1.
So we've got Finport coming across. They're going to take away the second. So Keegan's holding down that second place overall.
Yeah, he won't catch Rag and Famish, but he's definitely locked down that second place finish. So kind of deciding the regatta in the top 2 placings with a race to spare.
Yeah, well, the interesting one will be the third position for overall. We've got all the fleet coming down. It's really close. So there'll be some big movement there around 5th, 4th and 3rd.
Noakes just going around the top mark now.
Yeah, Beck Hancock.
Just shows how much the race stretches out. They were right up with the leaders, but 1 or 2 wrong shifts and it completely changes the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 6 going around now.
Yeah.
Looking pretty dicey there for a second. The wind had dropped off a bit while 6 was going around. But you can see that incredible view there of Waterloo Bay and the islands in the background. Queensland at its best.
Yeah, just hear Rag and Famish sailing past there. The boys have definitely realised they've won the championship here and they're uncatchable. So the vibes on that boat will be pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry and his team will be revelling in it. They've been working really hard for a long time.
Yeah, bloody pure class from the lads there. Strong day. They did what they had to. Just regatta in absolute stranglehold.
Yeah, so we've got 3 races today, it looks like. Hopefully there's 1 more to go. So we're still within the time limit. Like, it's 2 o'clock. The race committee have till 3 o'clock to start a race. So I think what we'll do is just wait till all the boats finish and they'll get another race underway. But there we go, Rag and Famish Hotels in the screen now, and those boys will pretty know that they're Australian champions right now. Pretty amazing feeling.
Yeah, not a bad way to start the year for them. And if Harry and Max continue to build on this success, it's great for Australian sailing, isn't it?
Oh, it's just amazing. It's so good to see the young ones take up this sport and then dominate. And Harry and Max have been working at this for a long time. and it's just awesome.
We've talked about Harry and Max a lot, but they're joined by Finn Rodowicz. Sorry about the surname there, Finn, but mate, I bet you're keeping them in track, because racers always get nervous, and the front man is the cool, calm, collected one. So
yeah, for sure. So we've got Balmain across the line there, and Yandu. They've made a big comeback. They're crossed before Vycobi there. So Yandu might be back in the point score a little bit.
Yeah, if Yandu is scraped back into 5th or 6th, their total comes to 18 or 19.
So Dave Hayter's in there as well. Bigfoot covers. So it's really tight at the back of the fleet here, coming across the finish line.
Yeah, the race for 5th onwards is going to be so close in points. Too close for me to do any quick maths on it, but it's going to come right down to the last race, and if these boats can get a good last race, they could see themselves move up 2 or 3 spots, and that's going to be absolutely amazing for them on the results.
Yeah, I think it's going to be anyone's game to be on the 3rd spot podium, Sam, for this afternoon. So we know that 1 and 2 are locked down, but to get on the podium for 3rd, it's going to be a race between about 4 or 5 boats at this stage.
Yeah, and when this drop comes into play, it's going to open quite up. But I'd say that the crew on Yandu are still going to have a pretty good grip of that 3rd place.
Yep.
So we're just watching the last 7, 8 boats come down now. Because of the one-sided nature of this track, it's made it super difficult for these boats. Imagine if they were counting the number of tacks and jibes they had to do, these boats would have done more, maybe 4 more, 5 more tacks and jibes than the front boats, and that's why we see such separation between the groups.
Yeah, it looks like this breeze has gone to 030. It's out of that northeast, and that's going to set up for a nice last race. I think it's going to build here a little bit, so we might see a little bit of powered up racing with these big rigs going into this last race. So it's going to be quite exciting.
See Wealth coming into the finish here with quite a bit of pace. If you can gain 1 or 2 positions near the finish line, that's going to be super helpful, and also great for their learnings as they set up for a longer career in the 18s. I think the boys on Wealth with that brand new boat supported well over here. I mean, they've shown moments of greatness, so if they can keep doing championships, it's going to be great to see.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. We've got a bit of a movement here in Queensland at the moment with the 18-footers and also the 16-footers, and it's really good to see our young sailors looking towards those classes to move into. And if we can get a bit of a movement going that way, the class will grow, and the 18-footer association will support our sailors moving into this class. So it's just awesome stuff.
You got C-Tech 60 and not sure who the one of right there,
yeah,
all finishing together. Now these boats are definitely duking it out for the 14, 15, 16, 17th position. So if you can get one ahead of your mate there, it's going to be a great help in winning the old race in the bar. As we look up the course now, we can see the breeze slightly filling in, but still quite a lot of gaps in the wind. We see the green kite there of the Royal Oak. Now in the breeze, they're a super dominant boat, showing that they're a force to be reckoned with, but struggling in this lighter breeze. I don't think I would have guessed that, because in the first race they got a actually no, in the first race of the championship, 16th in the lighter breeze as well. So, and getting beaten by the yellow kite there, the 18s bar and restaurant. So definitely,
yeah. So they definitely are heavy air flyers, and they struggle a bit in the light. But sometimes that's how it is, Sam. And let's just recap on this start from Reagan Famish you know, the guys, high pressure, they knew they had to get a win on the board, and they started at the pin end of the line and crossed the fleet. So run us through that, Sam, and tell us what they would have been thinking at that stage.
Yeah, so we kind of called it that the pin might be on at the start. And the Rag and Famish crew set up for that early. I thought they were setting up for a midline start, but it turned out they had their time on distance perfect for that pin, and they were able to get a quick cross onto port tack with fin port as well. So just really good planning by those two crews in the early stages of the race. Really had a solid game plan and knew what they needed to do.
Yeah, they gave them a sailing lesson at the start. Like, when you see boats dominate the start like that, as you said, Sam, they've done a lot of planning at the start and a lot of work on the time on distance. And both boats, it's no surprise that they're 1 and 2 in the championships at the moment. So it'll be great to see what happens in this last race of the day. And we might see the Rag and Famish just relax a little bit, but I'm sure the guys will want to try to get a picket fence.
Yeah, for sure. They're not going to get off the accelerator. They're going to go home, go hard, and try and finish it super strong. Because, I mean, if you can win in style, you're going to do it, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Harry and the team will want to win in style. And what do you think, Sam's going to be Keegan's mindset into this last race? Is he going to be trying to protect from behind? How are the points?
Yeah, well, Keegan can't catch Finport. The blokes on Rag and Famish have definitely got it sewn up. And I think Finport's locked into second as well. So there's not going to be too much interesting match racing going on. I think the only chance we have of it, in the top group at least, will be Yandu. Now, they might be defending to quite a few boats, because there's the single score results, and there's quite a few boats with 22 points, which is a DNF from the windy day. So
Yep.
I don't know if they've got the computational power to do it. So Yandu will definitely be going out, trying to get a strong result, maybe just sailing their own race.
Yeah, we might see them on a corner again, trying to sail their own race and get out. And they've been a bit risky, but they're still in third, just holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, if there's a time to be conservative, Yandu, it's probably now. So get that start nailed, and you've got the speed to do it. So we've just got the points up ahead of us now.
Rag and Famish in first. You can see they've had a 1-3-1-1, so pretty dominant there on 6 points.
Yeah, this hasn't updated to the race 5 we just had yet.
Yep.
So, but this gives us a pretty good
indication.
Insight. Yeah, so with Rag and Famish and Finport going 1-2, Finport moves ahead of Yandu, and Yandu picking up a 5th or a 6th in that race makes the points difference actually catchable. So maybe Yandu and Finport will have a bit of a joust.
That could be cool to see.
Yeah, with Finport probably has a smaller drop, so Yandu needs to make sure they get some boats between them, because the difference in the 4th to the 5 or 6 that Yandu had last race, they're going to have to put at least a boat between them. So it's possible, and if they force them in the wrong direction, it can definitely happen.
Oh, mate, anything's possible in this game. Sailing's crazy, as you know, Sam. It's a game of snakes and ladders, and, we might see some big movers in this last race. But we're going to throw to a break now and have a little time to ourselves to get ready for this next race and the exciting last race of the Australian 18-foot skiff championships. So here we are, we've got the final race on for the Australian 18-footer skiff championship. Sam, breeze has picked up a little. Looks like the race committee set the course for a 030, so just in that northeast region, and it's looking pretty good. Reagan Famish got the regatta sewn up, and so what do you think we're going to see here, Sam, at the start?
Yeah, I think we could see a slight tussle between Finport and Yandu. Well, I hope we do. That'd be exciting. Further down, there's probably more to gain by sailing your own race. A lot of these people are going to be frustrated in the light wind and just struggling to connect shifts. But I think we'll see the top boats for this race come out of early preparation for the start. You can see Kitchen Maker, 60, Fish Parker, and Shore Partners all lining up there quite early.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes to go now, Sam, and as we saw in the race before, the pin end or the left-hand end was very favoured, but it doesn't look like that now. A lot of the boats are gathering toward boat end, and we're inside that 145.
Yeah, now although the race starts obviously at 0-0, the jostling race is just as important. So keeping flow over the boards and keeping that defensive position. Small gap above you, big gap beneath you. It's all the basics. It's all the same in all racing, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we've got Rag and Famish coming in from the pin end on port tack. So they're reaching back towards the bunch, and then you've got Yandu in the middle of the fleet. With the dot in their sail, we've got 1:09 to go. So they'll all be thinking about where they've got to line up. And we've got the outgoing current. So that'll change how the boats line up. The 1 minute to go. We've got Dave Hayter in Bigfoot right in the middle of the line. So Yandu coming to the top end.
Yeah, Yandu building themselves a bit of a gap there. They'd been squeezed out lower down. So the boats to watch for this start will be Yandu and Finport. Finport maybe 4 boats beneath Yandu. But watching, we'll see probably a good indication of who's going to be first around the top mark. If you can get first across the line onto a lifted tack, you're going to be in pretty good stead.
Yeah, I'm thinking with 20 seconds to go, Rag and Famish are still a few boat lengths behind, and so they can wind up some speed and really accelerate. Here they go. You can see them right at the bottom of the line.
Yeah, Finport.
10 seconds to go.
Finport's a lot lower than Yandu, so if Yandu nail this start, there's going to be quite a lot of boats between them.
2, 1, here we go. We're ready.
Alright, Lazarus we see maybe over early there in the clear sails. They're probably going to have to go back. Now, Yandu was very close to that line. I don't have a communication on who was over, but Yandu are early popped, so I really hope that they're not over. Beneath them, Kitchen Maker was further ahead at the start, so they could be over. But as soon as we find out, we'll convey that message, okay? But my bet's on Lazarus or Kitchen Maker. We see Kitchen Maker slowing down there, wanting to go back.
It's actually a general recall, Sammy. I've just had a look. The general recalls come up, and that means all boats have got to return to the start area. Probably what was happening there, the tide, the outgoing tide, is pushing these boats across the start line before the start gun.
And they're all very anxious.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can guarantee you that's the leading factor. And also with Rag and Famish already got the lead, the others may be thinking that they won't push as hard, so it gives everyone else a chance in this lighter breeze that the Rag and Famish seem so dominant in.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've just got a message from the race committee that they've got that general recall, so they'll pull all the boats back into the starting area and we'll have another crack at it, Sam.
Yeah, so I think we'll see similar kind of boats pushing the line. That push was definitely driven by Yandu, Kitchen Maker and Lazarus. Lazarus knew that they were forthcoming into this this day, and they haven't had the best of mornings. So I think that Lazarus really want to try and punch out of that line. And same for Yandu. They know that if they can get a start, they're going to be competitive, but not competitive if they're disqualified. So,
yeah, it's a game of snakes and ladders. But I was just so excited to see the Australian champions starting at the pin end. Rag and Famish were dominating the pin once again.
Yeah, they know that pin worked for them last race, and they can get clear air down there. They didn't seem as popped, and the breeze wasn't as far left, so I don't know if we'll see that early tack that they did before. Hopefully, if passing this race to keep it interesting, the race can be evened up the line, or maybe the breeze is evened up now that the clouds started burning off. But that's not for me to judge, that's for the competitors.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like the race committee's got the general recall flag down now, so we're just waiting on the preparation signal to go up. Got Balmain and 6 coming in from the pin end.
So the flag has just gone up now. We've got 5 minutes to go.
Yep.
I think we'll see the top boats, ones that are interested in getting a good start, probably lining up at 2 minutes to go.
I think this tide's going to factor in this starting process. A lot of the sailors in this regatta haven't sailed with an outgoing current in their start process, so that could have caught them out in that last start. They've got a little bit of current underneath their boats pushing them over the start line, so they've just got to factor that in.
In this current, Adrian, as it starts to go out now, is it going to go left to right of the screen or right to left?
Yeah, this current is going from the right of the screen to the left. So it's pushing those boats over the start line.
Do you think there's room to gain if the boats go out right, maybe further into the channel, or does it bend as it goes to Green Island?
Yeah, look, what will happen here with Green Island into play with the breeze at 030, generally the left-hand side of the racetrack has cleaner wind as it comes down between two islands, St Helena and Green Island. So generally in the sea breeze it's a left-hand track, so we'll see what happens.
We can already see boats starting to line up quite early, so they're eager to get a good start off this race. Now, it's a black flag start. If the boats are over early, she's good night, Irene.
Yeah, it's back to the bar early, and they'll pick up maximum points if they're over here. So everyone will be a little bit nervous with this black flag start.
And a lot of the boats are already carrying a maximum points race, so if they have to carry that 22, it's going to be horrible for their score. So although they're lining up early, they know in the back of their mind that they cannot be over.
Yeah, high risk here at the moment, for sure, Sam.
Yandu pushing for the pin end start here. Still 3 minutes to go. There's not much line to kill. You can see they're probably only 50 metres behind the line. In these quick boats, that'll go in a matter of seconds. So they need to really work on stalling their boat and being aggressive to keep it there. Now, in that bottom bunch, we see Yandu and Rag and Famish. I don't think that they're going to get much gain match racing each other, so I'm not quite sure what they're doing. I'd expect to see Finport pretty close to them.
Yeah, currently both Rag and Famish and Yandu are over the start line, so they've only got a minute and a half to get back behind that line before the black flag rule comes in.
It looks like there may have been a small left flick there. The jibs are setting quite low on starboard, so perhaps what Yandu and Rag and Famish are setting up for is a port tack. They can limit attack, and they're also moving up the ladder rungs of the course a lot faster than the boats that start on starboard. So a bit of an advantage if it can get pulled off right. But again, high-risk strategy from Yandu, if that's what they're going for.
Yeah, well, if they want to stay on that podium, they might want to have a high risk. But both boats are jibed back around the pin end of the start line. They'll come into frame soon. You've got Fisher Paykel heading back on port. And Dave Hayter in the middle of the screen there. Also on port tack, Balmain just tacked over onto port.
Yeah, so I think this pin end's going to be pretty clogged this race.
Yep.
A lot of boats starting a bit higher, hoping to get some clear air. With 117 to the line, I think the boats are still looking pretty close, so hopefully no one's breaking that line early.
Yeah, it looks like Neil and Famish making their move back on attack. We're going to attack underneath the fleet, I'd say, and we've got a minute to go. But a lot of these boats will be a bit nervous with this black flag up.
Yeah, now looks like the breeze has shifted a bit to the right. So that lefty from a bit earlier on has gone back, showing the volatility in the breeze right now.
So someone there for sure is very close to the line. That is so dangerous.
That could be Smeg or maybe Noakes. So hopefully they haven't broken the line there. Maybe the race committee will go a little bit easy on them.
Yeah, we've got 30 seconds to go, and I can just see Yandu at the bottom of the line, just bearing away a bit, gaining a bit more distance away from the line.
Shaw and partners tacking out there. They've got burned. They're not going to make it back.
Yep, Vykobe's at the top of the line here in a really good spot. 12 seconds to go. Those bow poles are nudging forward on the line. 6, here we go. 5,
Yandu.
1, and here we go. So Yandu's off. Rag and Famish just the boat to weather of them, but Yandu's got the great start at the pin end. At the top end, it looks
that
like
might be Finport.
Finport.
So it looks like at the top we have a little bit of a shift right, and at the bottom a little bit of a shift left. So Rag and Famish is going to have a super hard time getting across the fleet there. Although Finport has just knocked down there, so this is looking good for Yandu as they extend out towards the left-hand side.
Yeah, the other boat that's got a cracking start is Balmain. So they're in clear water, they're not being affected by anyone, and Balmain's punching out in the middle of the fleet.
Yeah, as well as 60 and the boys on Wealth. So they know how much this good result can help them in the overall standings, and I'm stoked to see them finally get off the line cleanly, going the right way on a lifted tack.
Yeah, it's pretty even there for the front runners. At the front of the fleet there, you got Lazarus as well, who's in clean water. Smeg's in clean water, and Vykobe's in clean water.
Yeah, this is an important race for Lazarus too, to try and keep a hold of that 4th or 5th position that they were sitting in the start of the day.
Yeah, so we'll see Rag and Famish just putting in a clean tack. They were starting to get dirty wind or bad fuel from the boats in front. So we're trying to hold that clean air, clean water lane for as long as we can.
But it looks as if Finport's got some nice pressure there, and they're really rotating up on the fleet. So Yandu have clear air, but they're going to need a lefty to get back to Finport there.
Yeah, I just saw in the corner of my eye there, Sam Wealth. They were still holding that front line, so Josh Sloman in Wealth, he's hanging in there.
Yeah, those boys really need to consolidate on that start, but it looks like that group of 60, Wealth and Balmain have kind of gone bow back on the bunch here. Vykobe tacking over from the gas in Smeg, looking for something out on the other side, hoping.
Yeah, here we go, Yandu's. They're in clean water, they're showing the fleet a pair of clean heels. But the big advantage Yandu have got at the moment, if the breeze stays in this quarter, clean air to sail in.
Yeah, and a nice separation to the left of the course. So if they get a sniff of a left-hand pressure that Finport also get into, they can get there, maybe get a cross in, but not right now. You can see Balmain lifting off Yandu. And remembering that Yandu, to move up in the places, they need to get spots between them and Finport. And right now, those spots aren't there.
Yeah, Vykobe on screen at the moment there for a second, but we've gone back to Yandu.
Massive right flick here. You can see, I think, Smeg up on the top of the course there in a massive righty. They'd be pointing pretty close to the top mark. Yandu have noticed that, and they need to cover their losses here. All the boats are going across here. Finport, I wouldn't be surprised if they tack once they get across the line of Yandu to defend that position. There we go. And then Lazarus, they can afford to risk it a little more, but not if it's obvious. You must do what you can see.
Yeah, I think the Lazarus boys might hang it out one side. Skiff fleet for sure. So them having a great bracket in the class as a late comer just being scheduled in for today's helmsperson.
Tom Cunha could be watching from the shore. I think he injured his something, maybe an ankle on the Radical Day yesterday, and so he's going to want to see his boat go well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the boats on the right-hand side of the course here. Sam, look like they're really powered up.
Yeah, they've gone really well. These are all the boats that got spat out at the start and had to tack early. So if you get spat and tack early, it does open up that option.
Yeah, Marine Outlet in screen there now. I'd say they're probably the lead boat. Shaw and Partners just below them.
Yeah, Shaw and Partners really need this good result. So we see... just getting some comms from the people on the water, and SeaTech might be over the ley line here. So seems as if that shift has really changed the geometry of the course and people fighting to get back to the mark.
Yeah, we've got Lazarus coming in on port tack. They look really pressured up there, Lazarus. They're all three stringing, pushing their weight out.
Yeah, massive gains on Yandu, who tried to make something happen with that quick variety that they saw. But Lazarus, by hedging their bets, have managed to get out a bit more. But it is all the boats on the right. Big right-hand flick this whole beat. And we see Marine Outlet and SeaTech coming to the mark first. These boats will be absolutely wrapped with this good position.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, if you were racing here and you're local, you'd be thinking about going left in a day like today. But it's just showing you how fickle sailing is on Waterloo Bay.
Yeah, I think our position here underneath the island is causing massive breeze shifts because it's having to force itself around each side. It'll be interesting to see the tactics on this next beat, because they all know that the right has helped them on the upwind, but you can see there it's closer to the left-hand side on the downwind to get into that new pressure. So perhaps maybe we'll cross to Mark at the top mark here, and he can chat us through what he's seeing.
Yeah, well, it looks like Marine Outlet have gone for an early jibe, and you can see with that aerial shot the different puffs coming down the course. So sailors are going to be looking for those little lanes of pressure. Rag and Famish around in third.
Haven't they come back after that start where they had to tack?
They've
really?
just come through the middle. Look at the breeze; it's fantastic. Smeg around next. But yeah, the breeze is everywhere on this race course, right up underneath the island. So, you know, sailors have just got to keep their eyes open.
Yeah, Smeg with this good result, when they dropped their 22 from the last race on the windy day, they could really rocket up this leaderboard. So like we were saying earlier, this last race will really change the positions. So SeaTech extending on the right, and Smeg have chosen that early jibe. We'll see who comes out better at the bottom. Rag and Famish opting for a jibe, but a little bit clunky, not quite what we see from them normally.
Yeah, I think Rag and Famish just might be trying to get down course, cover the majority of the fleet. They know that SeaTech's not an issue. Well, no one's an issue for them at the moment, but they just want to have bragging rights still when they get back to the club for sure.
Yeah, with this breeze bending around either side, it's making quite a few passing lanes. If you get a link up the right shifts on the downwind, you could pass lots of boats because the fleet's still very congested. And lots of our top boats are further behind this race, so we'll just have to see how they play it and whether they get affected.
So we've got Yandu's jibed early. We've got Dave Hayter there and Bigfoot Covers and Balmain. And we've got the last boat coming round the top mark at the moment, the 18-footers. They've got a windward set. It's a little bit messy. Actually, they're not the last boat, second last boat. So the spinnaker's just blowing through there now, and it's all good. You can see on the water there from the aerial shot all the different dark patches of breeze. So these sailors have got to contend with that all day. They're looking for the best pressure, trying to decide which is the best way to go.
Yeah, so if the Vic race team is able to put together this final race, that's going to really help them on the leaderboard. And we're just seeing so much changing now. It's really difficult to see. I think that we'll just have to wait till the bottom mark and see who's really picked this perfectly. We see Noakes here. They've got pressure now, but they've got to take it towards the bottom mark eventually. So connecting the next pressure to get them down there. I think Vykobe's there to the left of the screen. Might be close to ley line.
Yeah, it's actually making for some exciting racing with the course right up under the island.
I think we see the two boats fighting for second and third, maybe in front. No, that's Lazarus. So Finport's found themselves down a bit, and Yandu's on the other side of the course. So this will be whoever crosses at the bottom. It's going to be race for second.
Yep. So exciting time, Sammy.
Oh yeah, and you can see now in the footage there, all three trapping, so they've got the power back in the rigs now and they're blasting. They'd be enjoying this one. So we see Rag and Famish down there. That early jibe has probably got them into contention with the front markers. But this boat on the top there, I think that could be Smeg.
Yeah, I think Rag and Famish might be right near the front of the fleet now, Sam.
Right, the Rag and Famish have done really well to catch up there. Just a really good mindset working their way through. Yeah, so we have Shaw and Partners contesting the front there. Smeg in third or fourth, and I suppose that's the Victorians there at the top.
Yeah, Marine Outlet, they'll come back into the screen here in a minute. I just had a peek outside of the window and they were coming across on starboard looking pretty good.
Oh, that's C-Tech there with the jibe there, I think.
Yep.
So they're coming across, but Smeg, Partners is in pressure, so Smeg they'd be looking to a couple jibe here and see if they get around the bottom marks first.
Here we go. Smeg setting up for a jibe. Yep, on Marine Outlet. So Marine Outlet will have to jibe away back again because they can't survive in that position underneath them.
So it's going to be super important to get this bottom mark rounding clean. If the lead boat doesn't get a clean rounding, it opens the door right up for these boats that are chasing. And once they've got a sniff of that lead, they're all going to be on their toes trying to get the best race they can.
Yeah, somewhere here we'll see Rag and Famish appear. I know they're battling away inside the top four there somewhere. Had a peek out the window and I saw their logo go past. But it looks like C-Tech still leading the way. Shaw and Partners second. And I'm sure there's a Rag and Famish there somewhere. Just got to pop the battens on that Shaw and Partners. The mainsail's inverted the wrong way at the moment. So here we go. We're just going for a drop here.
Looks to be a split at the bottom, but the left-hand turn looks like the stronger turn, getting a little bit up on the ladder rungs. You see Shaw and Partners have had to do a quite safe drop there, coming in quite slow to the marks.
Okay, so C-Tech's first around.
Marine Outlet probably around in third. Smeg is Outlet 4, Smeg 3, Shaw and Partners second, and then Rag and Famish coming around in fifth.
And then Vykobe sixth.
Yeah, those boats that were able to get out of the start into that righty early had to clear their air. They've made massive gains on the fleet. Now, what we want to look out for is Finport and Yandu. Can Yandu get enough people in between them and Finport, or is Finport sailing strong enough to continue their second place and take it to the finish?
They're bow on bow here. We've got Yandu coming from the left of the screen, and there's Finport coming from the right-hand side of the screen. So they've got 3 boats in front of them. It looks like Yandu might be just ahead of Finport, but Finport's going to have the clearer gate. Okay, Yandu's coming in for their drop now.
Yandu probably has up to 2 boats between them and Finport here. And Kitchen Maker with a slightly slow rounding, but Yandu's really struggling with this rounding, trying to get the kite in front of the jib. And Finport rounding the favoured mark is, I'd say they're almost in front, even though they're rounding now.
Yeah, that was a lot of pressure there for Yandu. They just took it wide, couldn't get that off, and Finport's in front of them now.
Yeah, it looks like the breeze is kind of evened up along the course now.
Got Dave Hayter coming to the bottom mark now.
But
in
those
Bigfoot covers.
Those Wealth boys are having a good race. They've really consolidated and got around the bottom mark in a good race. So Rag and Famish will probably try and use their speed to work through the fleet here and see if they can finish off in first position.
Yeah, absolutely. They're wanting to go into the bar this afternoon and have those bragging rights of 3 wins today. So I'm sure they're going to weave some magic up here. They're coming across on port at the moment on Marine Outlet, and so they're making some gains here.
Yeah, they've already caught up to Marine Outlet. A small duck here to extend over to the right-hand side. Now, this side worked so well for them on the first beat, so no questions asked why they're heading back out there, confident to hedge their bets out on the right again. We can see Yandu back there, 6th or 7th. They've been stuck there all day. But I wonder if Finport getting slightly to the right of them at the bottom marks with a solid rounding, whether they haven't done enough to consolidate their second place.
Yeah, the battle for third's going to be so interesting. But here we've got the Australian champions in frame at the moment, Rag and Famish, doing a great job, and they're getting some leverage on the fleet, getting out to this right-hand side. That could make them dangerous with the boats that were leading around the bottom mark.
Yeah, they've made massive gains right there on Marine Outlet, who seem to have missed that shift there.
Yeah, we just see Rag and Famish out the corner of our window here on the mothership. Guys looking pretty solid, with Lazarus just below them.
Yeah, I think Rag and Famish, when they get a sniff of clear air and they start sailing, they seem to really nail these shifts. They've pretty much got themselves up to the leaders now. Marine Outlet, who Rag and Famish ducked, now aren't crossing Rag and Famish, so that small chip that Rag and Famish just made has gained them a boat length or 2. So the boys did a good one there.
Yeah, here they go for the cross. Rag and Famish are crossing Marine Outlet. Marine Outlet just had to do a very small duck, and Rag and Famish back off to the middle of the course. You see all the different lines of pressure on that overhead view. It'll just be a matter of who picks those best lines of pressure for sure, Sam.
Yeah, it's been a pretty open day. On this race especially, the passing lines have been out there to take. Definitely more options than the second race. So that's why we're seeing some more lead changes now. Seems like the crews are very happy to tack, so either they're nervous and quite edgy about the racing, or the shifts are there to be taken. So I think they just have to make the calculations and see, because at the moment Rag and Famish seem to be working their way through the fleet.
Yeah, so is this SeaTech they're just crossing?
Yeah.
I think it is, yep. So they've taken another boat. So they're off towards the front of the fleet. And I think, Sam, what you were saying, I think it's just the shifts. So they're taking advantage of the shifts. The wind shifts are probably more than 10 degrees. and so when they're more than 10 degrees, they can afford to tack. So we've just got SeaTech in frame now, our Victorian boats, Scotty Cunningham, Trent, Dave Cunningham. This will be so exciting for them up at the front of the fleet, battling it out with all the New South Wales and Queensland boats.
Yeah, and definitely holding their own. They've got some boat speed and managed to get some clear air, and you see they're doing really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here they go, putting in the back to starboard ley line.
These top boats are hanging quite near the middle, so if the breeze is shifty, the boats on the sides might not pass them, but if they get caught tacking too many times in the middle, someone that's limiting their tacks on the side perhaps can get opened up, and if they've kept their average speed high, like Smeg here, they'd be right back still in the race.
Yeah, it looks like Smeg's in a really good puff here at the moment. They're coming back to central course, and we've got Rag in the background there, but I think Rag's across them, hey?
Yeah, so this will probably be the cross for the lead, because Rag and Famish has crossed everyone from the right already, and it looks like they've got a very healthy cross on Smeg right now, and that would sit Rag and Famish in the race lead of race 3.
Yeah, and you can see there we saw Smeg at one stage with a lot of weight coming out of the back of their boat. They're really at top speed, and then they just dropped into a big hole and the boat speed dropped. So sailors have got to have their heads out of their boat, picking these wind lines, making sure they're in the right breeze at all times. Looks like SeaTech's back up on starboard tack here. They've got pressure on the right-hand side of the course, and you can see the boats ripping along here, Sam.
Yeah, although they had to duck Rag and Famish, it seems like going further out to the right has paid them some pretty good dividends, indicating more pressure on the right-hand side this leg. We can see Yandu in the distance, so they're not in contention for this race lead. SeaTech still winding up a little bit there until they go down.
It's snakes and ladders, Sam. It's one puff at a time.
Yeah, it looks like Rag and Famish is a bit slow there, and I can't see the boat out on the far side, but Shaw and partners look like they're going pretty quick out here, but they are splitting away. So we'll just have to see if they can link up to that pressure above them and which direction that pressure is going to come down to help.
Yeah, and as you can see there, SeaTech's the most right boat, Shaw and partners are the most left boat. They're getting wind on either edge of this race course that's up under Green Island. So being in the middle of the course may be dangerous. Here we go, Shaw and partners are just tacking over.
Should we cross to Mark?
Yeah. Mark, are you on there?
Yeah, I'm online.
What are you seeing there, Mark, at the top mark?
We're just seeing SeaTech's actually just got a nice righty there. They are pointing well above the mark. They're putting it in the bank so that they don't need to do any more tacks before they get in. But I think they've got someone ahead of them there. Is that Marine Outlets? They're just too bow on to us to tell. The other thing is we were watching Shaw and partners have come up on the left side of the course. I think they're just going to be ducking the stern of Rag and Famish, but they're right up there as well.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting, Mark. We've had some big lead changes, but if Marine Outlet are on the far right, they may be leading the race, hey?
It certainly looks that way at the moment.
Yeah, if those boats that have been sneaking out,
attacking now. And Smeg have just tacked as well, so they'll be one in from there. But yeah, no Marine Outlets.
See how streaky it is on the top of the course there. All those different pressure lines coming down from Green Island, making it really difficult for the sailors. So here we go, Marine Outlet coming into the top mark for the last time.
Yeah, they've been hiding out on that right-hand side, working that. And when they ducked Rag and Famish, they've made massive gains. So it shows the strength
Rag and Famish
of that
are just tacked inside SeaTech here.
Under the island.
Yeah, Marine Outlet pulling their spinnaker up at the moment. Off and away. Cameron Gundy. So second place, Rag and Famish coming around the top mark. So we've got a 16-second lead. That Marine Outlet's got on Rag. And who's in third there, Sam?
Third place could be Kitchen Maker. CTEC.
CTEC, the Victorians, are still in third. They'll be just loving it. So they've had a jibe set with Rag and Famish, so that's indicating that right-hand side's really powerful, Sam.
And then Smeg and Shaw and Partners there. Yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see where Finport are crossing in from, because Yandu have managed to get to that pressure on the left-hand side. Now, this is the make or break for second and third place. If Yandu can get enough boats between them, they can maybe squeeze up.
Here we go. Are they going to... They cleared it. They cleared that mark. That was unbelievable, Sam. I think the tiller extension went over the top of that buoy.
Yeah, precision driving from Tom there. Now, they got to hold on to all these positions, and the more they can get in the bank, the better.
Yeah, they've gone for a jibe set as well. All the top boats have jibe set, indicating there's pressure in the right-hand side of the racetrack. They're all taking this puff down to the finish line. And we're on the final leg. And the other interesting one is Lazarus. Liam Miller.
Yeah, quick learner Liam. He's managed to put together a good race, finding his feet in the first two, but able to cement the last one. Beating a lot of the skippers that have had time in the boat far greater than him. So
yeah, day one.
Yeah.
Day one in an 18-foot skiff, and he's having a blinder.
Balmain coming across now. Maybe in 7th or 8th. Finport only just coming around now, so that's maybe 3 or 4 boats between them and Yandu.
That might be enough, hey Sam, to get Yandu on the podium?
Yeah, I tell you what, it depends on that final finish from the second race today, but if Yandu can finish off this one strong, I'd say it'll be pretty close. They'll all know that though, so...
I'm just looking out the window here, Sam, and we've got Marine Outlet is very close to the lead with Rag and Famish. So Marine Outlet will jibe towards that finish line, but it'll be a close cross with Rag and Famish.
Yeah, so such a strong right-hand side on this downwind and upwind. Marine Outlet gained all their positions out on the right on that second beat. And with the early jibe set, it seems like they may have got a bit of a clinch on first place in this race.
So here they go. I think they've just sailed straight through, have they? Or a little jibe? Little jibe. So they're through the finish line now. So yeah. Marine Outlet are going to take the last race out of the Australian Championships. And coming across the line in second, our new Australian champions, Rag and Famish. Harry Price leading the team with a second place.
Bit of celebration there for the boys on Rag and Famish.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be really happy with their regatta they've put together.
And CTEC coming in third there. The boys from Victoria will be super stoked with how they finished that championship. Rough 2 days racing, but with a third place in the last race, they're going to be pretty happy with that and annoyed that they couldn't produce it on the other days.
So here we go. This is the for the podium on third. We've got Yandu coming in, and hopefully this is going to be enough for them, but we'll just see how many boats they've got between them and Finport.
Yeah. So they have to make up 6 points from somewhere, but the drops do come into it a little bit because Yandu have the 5th already and Finport have a 4th.
So get the calculators out, Sam. I don't think we can work it out here in the mothership. We don't have enough calculators and pens. So here we go, Vycobi finishing strong. Another great race for them in mid-fleet. And Balmain with the orange spinnaker also streaking across the finish line.
So Finport and Yandu currently is 3 points difference. So if they can get 3 points in between them, I think that Yandu can get through to second place.
Yeah, I think I couldn't see Finport there. So is that them there in frame now? I think it is.
Yeah, just behind 60, and they've had a pretty good race this one. But still a tricky day. They had moments of brilliance, especially off that start. We saw them in that front row. They just fell into a small hole. They're going to be grumpy that they couldn't link that up, and the wind gods didn't help them much on that one. So
Wealth there at the top of the line with the red spinnaker. They'll be really happy with that finish. Young Josh Sloman battling away with the awesome Wealth crew. Have had a great last race. That'll give them the confidence to keep sailing moving forward.
yeah, but I think those on Finport will be thinking to themselves what could have been. With our little rough sketchbook calculations, they may not have got to second. So the high risk Yandu boys, Tom Needham driving that, may have just lost the edge.
Hotel across the finish line now.
Noakes showing lots of strength in these conditions, but just maybe a little bit of greenness showing through, and they were struggling to kind of link up the good start with the good finish. But definitely a few more races in these guys' bank, and they'll definitely start growing as a team.
Yeah, really difficult course to sail on today, Sam. Up onto the islands, probably trickier than Sydney Harbour today.
Yeah, I wonder if the extra breeze was hurting Beck's boat there, because they mentioned they were a bit underweight, and as they got more and more people on trapeze, they would have been lacking a little bit of horsepower, but they're having a nice run home now.
Oh, absolutely. It's been an amazing regatta for Beck and her team, so it's going to make the future bright for them, and it's awesome to see the teams with the female skippers. Back in the day we had the pioneers of Vanessa Dudley and Adrian Cahalan, and they had huge careers in the 18-foot skiff, and hopefully we want to see more female skippers steering these boats moving forward. Be awesome. So we've got a jibe on here for the finish with Royal Oak there on starboard. Beck's just going to clear their transom and she'll put in a jibe really soon. A little bit wobbly on the entry, but safe. So here we go.
They're coming good with good pace. It'll just be whether they can get out of the wind shadow.
Yeah, I think Royal Oak's got it.
Oh, well, a beautiful day sailing here in Queensland. We've had a mix of all conditions over the championship, and pretty smooth racing.
As they say, Sam, Queensland, beautiful one day, perfect the next. You want to be a Queenslander at the moment. The weather's just absolutely stunning. Bit different to Hobart, mate, where you live. Got Fisher Paykel coming across the finish line now. Boys are finishing strong. You see all that cloud build up over the land there, Sam. Quite often in summer in Queensland, you get these big storms, and I feel like we've had quite a few of them. So there's been a lot of rain up here and a lot of storm activity over the last few weeks.
Yeah, hopefully the breeze can cool this temperature down, because it's a bit hot here.
Inside the mothership, it's been pretty tough to commentating, no air conditioning and sweating.
So we got 18's Bar and Restaurant here finishing in. There's a couple of boats taking spectators out for joy rides. Hopefully inspiring the next generation or keeping the sponsors happy. It's it's beautiful to have such a big, fun boat.
That's what it's all about. We've got to inspire the next generation because they're the future of our sport. Think back to the early days of the 18-footers in the early part of the century. You know, those people paved the way for what we've got today. So it's just amazing that this class is so strong and getting stronger.
Yeah, beautiful heritage class of Australia, the 18s. It's world-renowned, breeding awesome skiffies and yachtsmen and yachtswomen. It's just, yeah, a pretty fun boat and awesome it's been going for so long.
Yeah, the history's amazing. It's a little bit of a badge of an honour if you've sailed an 18 and you've, had that honour. It's amazing. But here we go. We've got some points up on the screen.
That's up to date.
Yeah, and this is up to date. So here we are at the final points for the national championships. Reagan Famish. Harry Price is definitely the Wealth national champion for the Australian titles in the 18-footer class. So awesome work, Harry.
Yeah, so provisional results after 5 races had Finport 3 points clear of Yandu, but we believe that Yandu had finished a bit ahead of Finport that race, but perhaps Finport would drop that, so they might carry the 5 to finish with 15 points, and Yandu I don't think actually finished. Finport and then Yandu would be the final results there.
Yeah, but we'll wait for the official communication to come out. There could be some protests or there could be some things that happen on shore that we don't know about. But at the moment, what we're seeing there, we think that's how it is. And we're just going to wrap up for this event. But it's just been amazing to have all the sponsors on board. You can see the Manly Boat Harbour in the background there as the boats head back to the harbour. The Royal Queensland Yacht Squadron, where we've hosted the event. Just an amazing partner with the 18-foot Skiff League. And Wealth, Vicobia as well. They've been one of our big partners in making this event happen. But the other people we've got to thank are the volunteers who make these races happen. We've got people who put the marks out. We've got the starters. We've got all the volunteers who help out on shore. So it's just been amazing. So we've got to thank them all, Sam, for the day.
Yeah, it's beautiful that everyone helps and puts this regatta together, and to have such a good audience online and get the presence we can for this internationally renowned class of the 18th in Australia.
I think those vision and snapshots out of yesterday's racing's already gone worldwide, and I think we might have had a few 100,000 views with the 18-footer class overnight, so it's just awesome for our country and awesome for the 18-footers. But we might wrap it up here in the commentary position and just thank everyone for their support for this event. And thanks to Sam for coming on board today. And, yeah, it's been a wrap.
Yeah.